the honorable members are allowed to react to specifically what I presented, because tomorrow we already have laid out programs of the ministry being in the field, and they were shifted to...
You see, Honorable Minister, what I'm saying
But
is
however,
simple.
the Ministry of Justice, I'm just saying, if the Ministry of Justice is specifically going to present, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg for your protection.
Yeah, please, please. Honorable, continue.
Thank you, Right
Continue.
Honorable. If the Ministry of Justice will present tomorrow without specifically needing the backing of the ministers of local government, we would kindly appreciate that.
Now, Honorable Minister, why I was saying this, this information you brought is from Ministry of Justice. It's from Electoral Commission. It is from Ministry of Justice, which supervises Electoral Commission. Now, yours is mobilization.
Yes.
Which you've
Honorable,
done very well.
right.
I don't know if you have. I just wanted to know if you have any legal mandate.
Honorable members, none of you has a right to tell any member of parliament to sit down. No. No.
Honorable.
No. I was simply thanking the speaker so I could go and take my seat.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
I can sit without being held in my waist. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, order. Now, why I've guided this way, I don't want to put the ministry, which is not responsible for organizing elections, on the spot on the issue. They've done a great job getting all this information and doing the mobilization. So mainly, we wanted the Ministry of Local Government on the part of mobilization, but also on mobilization, you can see the minister has said the Electoral Commission is responsible. So I would want the Electoral Commission, which is represented by the minister. I want to thank you, Honorable Namere, for the great job here. Honorable colleagues, next item. Tomorrow we shall receive
3.7 million households and a projected 10% GDP growth. He talked about milk surpluses and coffee exports, dismissed young people seeking work abroad by calling Uganda a paradise, which they are abandoning, and named journalists whose writing displeases him. He did not speak with clarity about the debt that is consuming our country's future. The hospitals without medicines, the schools failing a generation of children, the roads deteriorating every rainy season, or the corruption documented in audit report after audit report. And I think colleagues, they've pointed out some of these issues. Colleagues, the true state of the nation is measured by whether citizens can access quality healthcare, afford education, find meaningful employment, earn a decent living, and live under institutions that are honest and accountable. The farmer wanted to know why inputs are expensive and why markets are unreliable. The unemployed graduate wanted to know where jobs would come from. The patient wanted to know why medicines are unavailable. The parent wanted to know why universal education still costs more than they can afford. The taxpayer wanted assurance that public resources will be protected from theft. Most of those questions, honestly, went unanswered. Right Honorable Speaker, I have prepared this response drawing on official government and public institutional sources, including the Auditor General, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, sector performance reports, budget documents, and parliamentary committee findings, reports that we have passed here as Parliament. The central question before this House is this: are the lives of ordinary Ugandan citizens improving? On that measure, there is considerable work to be done, colleagues. And I'm glad that that's a point that is admitted on both sides of the House. Honourable Speaker, let me tease out certain sectors: economy and public debt. The head of state cited GDP expansion to $69.3 billion US dollars and a per capita income of $1,420 US dollars, just above the lower middle income threshold of about $1,136 US dollars. Yet many Ugandans are asking a simple question: if the economy is growing, why is life becoming more difficult? Growth must show up in household incomes, employment, and access to services. The Ministry of Finance background to the budget financial year 2025-2026 report puts rural poverty at 19.4% against 10.3% in urban areas, and notes that 7 sub-regions, home to 44% of Uganda's population, account for 70% of the country's poor. These are Ministry of Finance figures. Growth that does not reduce poverty or improve the cost of living for ordinary families is, in the end, largely statistical. The most serious threat to Uganda's economic future is our public debt. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, our public debt has risen from roughly 70 trillion shillings in financial year 2020-2021 to over 126 trillion shillings today. Listen to this, colleagues. This is an 80% increase in 5 years. 80% increase of our debt burden in just 5 years. That should worry all of us, colleagues. The debt to GDP ratio is at 53%, above the 50% threshold that was set by Uganda's own Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. And domestic interest to revenue has risen to 23.66%. More than 1 shilling in every 3 collected now goes to creditors before a teacher is paid or medicine procured. Interest payments have climbed steadily from 3.9 trillion shillings in financial year 2021-2022 to a projected 13 trillion shillings in financial year 2026-2027, for a cumulative 46.9 trillion over 6 years, all flowing to foreign-owned commercial banks. The financial year 2026-2027 budget adds a further 185.5 billion in commitment fees on loans signed but not yet used. These are loans signed but not yet used. We have got to pay 185.5 billion shillings. This should be criminal. This is wastage, money that is supposed to avail services in all of our constituencies. Uganda is paying for borrowing that has not happened. Honorable colleagues, we keep borrowing, but without corresponding returns. The Auditor General has reportedly flagged weak project implementation, delayed completion, cost overruns, and underutilized borrowed funds. Among them, the Lubowa Specialized Hospital arrangement with Enrique Pinetti, the local construction bailout, the Day by a Farmer bailout, the Inspire Africa coffee venture in Ntungamo, and the Atiak Sugar Factory under UDC. All private ventures financed through public borrowing, whose returns to citizens are yet to be demonstrated. Public revenue is being diverted from schools, hospitals, roads, and agriculture to service debt whose benefits ordinary Ugandans cannot see or feel. Sustainable growth requires prudent fiscal management, productive investment, value for money, and genuine accountability in the use of public resources. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, let me speak about cost of living and employment. One of the most glaring omissions, in my view, in the State of the Nation address was the rising cost of living. And we see this every day, everywhere in our constituencies. Households are grappling with food, transport, school, healthcare, and rent costs that together exhaust whatever income they earn. The UBOS National Governance, Peace and Security Survey of November 2025 shows that food accounts for over 50% of low-income household expenditure. not a statistic to be tracked in a spreadsheet, but a household emergency at every meal. Fuel prices of 6,500 shillings and above per litre upcountry drive up the cost of everything that moves by road. And Uganda spends approximately 600 billion shillings annually on petroleum imports priced in foreign exchange. Every weakening of the shilling transfers directly into the price of a meal, a school run, and a market trader's fare. The employment picture is equally serious. Uganda's population currently stands at 45.9 million, yet only 9.4 million are in formal employment. Approximately 700,000 young people enter the labor market every year. While manufacturing, the sector best placed to absorb them, contributes only 8.4% to our country's GDP and employs only 8.3% of the workforce, below the 13% average for least developed countries. The formal economy cannot absorb what the population produces. That's a fact. And the consequence is visible on every street corner and in every family surviving on informal, insecure work. Between 2020 and 2025, an estimated 500,000 Ugandans took up work contracts abroad, most in the Middle East, under conditions widely documented as exploitative. These are not people abandoning a paradise, as is suggested. They are people searching for opportunities that they cannot find at home. A government that exports its youth as cheap labor and then mocks them for leaving has forfeited the moral authority to speak about their economic transformation. What is required is deliberate investment in industrialization, agro-processing, manufacturing, tourism, and genuine support for small and medium enterprises, with success measured by decent livelihoods created, not programs announced. Let me talk about corruption and accountability, which the Honorable Kutesa Kamuli is very passionate about, and I applaud her for that. Corruption, colleagues, is still one of the biggest obstacles to Uganda's development. The Inspector General of Government, in their Anti-Corruption Annual Report 2024-2025, estimated that Uganda loses about 10 trillion shillings annually to corruption. 10 trillion shillings per year dissipates. The Auditor General's 2025 Annual Report found unaccounted funds, unsupported expenditure, and procurement irregularities in 72% of audited entities. These are government entities that are audited. Payroll audits continue to uncover thousands of ghost workers. And the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority has reported persistent irregularities in public contracting, including inflated prices and non-competitive awards. The cost is measured in schools not built, medicines not delivered, and opportunities denied. Parliament was told in January of 2026, this year, that only 31% of the Auditor General's recommendations for financial year 2023-2024 had been fully implemented, while more than a third were not implemented at all. The fight against corruption will be judged by stolen funds recovered, audit recommendations implemented, and the investigation, prosecution, and conviction of those responsible, regardless of office or political affiliation. Honorable Speaker, let me speak about human rights, civic freedoms, and justice. A nation's strength, colleagues, is measured not only by economic growth, but by its commitment to constitutional freedoms, human dignity, and the rule of law, an area that we always pay little attention to. The Uganda Human Rights Commission's quarterly report, that's January to April of this year, recorded over 1,200 claimants of arbitrary arrest, torture, enforced disappearance, and lawful detention, a 34% increase on the same period in 2025. So this only gets worse. At least 47 journalists and media workers faced arrest, harassment, and confiscation of their equipment in the preceding 12 months. Arbitrary arrests feed directly into the crisis in our prisons and our courts. Even those produced in courts spend lengthy periods without getting justice. And the proposals by our head of state to abolish bail for a number of offenses does not help matters, colleagues. We should empower the judiciary to independently do its work. And then we together hold it accountable where delivery of justice is not forthcoming and where there are concerns about fair trial, as we have seen for several opposition politicians and supporters who are in jail. The Uganda Prison Service and Human Rights Commission's 2025 annual report records the system holding approximately 70,000 people in facilities for 18,500 people. So our prisons have a capacity of 18,500, but they are holding 70,000 plus people. A congestion rate of 378%, with over 55% on remand, some waiting for years to be tried, for years. By October 2025, the Auditor General found 115 of 413 children in one rehabilitation center had completed their sentences, but were still being held because the system lacked capacity to process their release. This is wrong, colleagues. The chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission, Mariam Wangadya, has publicly accused some state actors of deliberately weakening this vital institution. She has argued that despite the Commission's critical constitutional mandate to safeguard the rights enshrined in Chapter 4 of our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, appointments have been made on political considerations rather than competence. She described some appointees as broke and sickly political failures, suggesting that such appointments have undermined the Commission's effectiveness. This, when we see government officials speaking out, lambasting publicly, this has got to be looked into. I hope government will. Constitutional rights are not privileges granted at government's discretion. They belong to every Ugandan by virtue of the Constitution. And security agencies must operate within the law, with every citizen enjoying equal protection under it. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, sometimes government blames opposition, civil society and media houses for making the country look bad. But if we are to be honest with ourselves, we would realize that some government officials contribute a great deal to making our country look bad. Whenever people are abducted and tortured, or when media houses get closed arbitrarily, these violations of the law make it to international press, and you've been seeing international press report about these issues. How then do we expect tourists to come to our country with all these negative situations? We've been dealing with a situation where most of the world thought numerous people were dying of Ebola in Uganda, which of course was not true. But travel advisories were issued and many would-be tourists cancelled their visits to Uganda, which affected our tourism. And as we clarified to the world that the Ebola situation in Uganda was blown out of proportion and misunderstood, and I think government, I've been seeing government officials speak out. I saw Alan Kasuja, Uganda Media Center, ED and others saying, look, the problem is not as has been described in this our country, which is a good thing, that you get to defend our country and the facts come out. Because people think Ugandans are dropping dead of Ebola every day. That's not true. So as we continue to clarify and defend our country, which we must be able to do as government, we find ourselves having to deal with international press reports about violations of the law. So we need to address all these issues. Potential investors want to come and set up business in Uganda to employ our young people. But this can easily get discouraged because of what they see and hear. This hurts our economy and it affects all of us, colleagues. Civil society organizations have been targeted for suspension and closure. Most of them have had their accounts frozen by the state. No explanations, no court orders. Why does government target people and entities who point out the ills in our governance instead of addressing those ills? We have to build this our country together. So dissenting voices should not be targeted for persecution. We need to listen to the issues of concern being raised, and then we work towards fixing those issues. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we held our national election at the start of this year, But there are still many unanswered questions. Why does the military continue to interfere with our elections? This did not just happen to we opposition competitors, by the way. I saw a number of colleagues from the NRM raising similar concerns in their constituencies as well. Why hasn't government accounted for the billions spent on the biometric voter verification kit, which did not function on election day? Why hasn't the Electoral Commission publicized the declaration of results forms, which they based on to declare results? Colleagues, our country needs to heal from the tumult that has become of our elections. But we can only do so, we can only heal when these questions are sufficiently responded to. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, let me talk about health. Patients face long waiting times, inadequate staffing, and rising out-of-pocket costs. For many families, illness is simultaneously a health emergency and a financial crisis. Somebody once said, most Ugandans are one medical bill away from poverty. The Ministry of Health Sector Performance Report of financial year 2024-2025 shows malaria is responsible for 27% of outpatient visits and 19% of inpatient deaths, placing Uganda among the top 10 countries globally for malaria burden. HIV prevalence stands at 5.3%. Tuberculosis affects 200 per 100,000 people, with a 72% treatment success rate against the World Health Organization's 85%. Non-communicable diseases account for 33% of hospital admissions and 11% of deaths, with hypertension affecting 26% of adults and diabetes 5%, mostly undiagnosed. Skilled birth attendance falls to 55% in rural areas against the 74% national average. So the national average looks fair. We need to now address the rural one, because national average is 74%. That's fair. But the problem is now in the rural areas, which we need to address. And a contraceptive prevalence rate of 39% drives a total fertility rate of 4.7 children per woman. The doctor-to-patient ratio in Uganda is 1 to 25,000, in comparison to World Health Organization recommendation of 1 to 1,000. Over 56% of approved health worker posts are vacant, and 60% of Ugandan trained doctors leave the public system within 5 years. The 132.6 billion that is allocated to recruit 16,963 health workers is welcome. But without addressing pay, working conditions, and career development, new recruits will simply accelerate the exodus. They will leave. We also continue to entreat government to abandon the plan to stop facilitating medical interns. This policy is counterproductive. Financing is the most fundamental failure. The financial year 2026-2027 health budget stands at 5.7 trillion, 6.1% of the national budget, and it has remained unchanged from last year, and less than half of the 15% Abuja Declaration, which we committed to as a country. Government signed this 2 decades ago. Per capita public health spending is at $37, less than half the WHO minimum of $86. National medical stores required 1.5 trillion in financial year 2024-2025 and received 1.4 trillion, while Mulago National Referral Hospital received 18.2 billion against a documented need of 72.3 billion. This is our national referral. Let's fund it more, because that's a 75% funding gap at the country's flagship hospital. Development partners finance 64% of essential medicines in financial year 24-25. Government contributed 36%. Over 41% of health costs are paid directly out of pocket, and 40% of facilities experienced drug stockouts of anti-malarials, antibiotics, and antiretrovirals in 2023. Uganda has got 1 ambulance per 200,000 people. 1 per 200,000 people. That's why colleagues always buy ambulances. Ideally, we shouldn't be doing that, but we end up doing it because of this gap. Only 12% of facilities have got functioning emergency units. And referral hospitals operate at roughly 10% of ICU capacity due to inadequate staffing. Mental health apparently is the most neglected area of all. 75% of Ugandans who live with mental disorders receive no treatment. 75% of the Ugandans who live with mental disorders receive no treatment. Only 5 dedicated mental health units exist nationwide, and the sector receives less than 1% of the health budget against a WHO recommendation of 5%. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have severally demanded for the completion of Lubowa Specialized Hospital and proper accountability for the billions spent on that project thus far. Government needs to provide answers to the questions about Lubowa Hospital. Incidentally, I'm interested in this hospital being up and running. Some people think that we in the opposition, we want the project to fail and for government to look bad. Actually, I want this project up and running so that taxpayer money is accounted for. But more importantly, for people to be able to access healthcare, they don't have to then run out of the country. So we are waiting for Lubowa Specialized Hospital. Let me talk about education. Honorable members, few matters on families as heavily as education. Yet we often give the challenge in this sector little serious attention. The Auditor General's report for the year ended 31st December 2025 found that across 157 local governments inspected, 136 secondary schools had no science laboratory, and a further 270 had laboratories that were inadequately equipped. Yet government introduced a policy to promote sciences. 182 schools lacked libraries. 251 had no teacher accommodation. 380 reported inadequate classrooms, with some schools operating condemned pit latrines. And this is dangerous for our little children. There were cracked walls and deteriorating roofs. Government speaks of competence-based learning, yet many schools lack the infrastructure to implement it. We need to fix this. Learning outcomes are equally alarming. The 2025 National Assessment of Progress in Education report found that and this is alarming, found that more than 60% of primary 6 learners could not read a simple passage in English or perform basic numeracy. This is a government report. After decades of investment in universal primary education, the national pupil-teacher ratio stands at 53:1, exceeding 70:1 in several districts against the recommended 40:1. Secondary gross enrollment sits at only 29%, and technical and vocational institutions enroll fewer than 400,000 learners against a youth population exceeding 10 million in that relevant age bracket. The UPE capitation grant of only 18,600 shillings per learner and 21,000 for learners with special needs is insufficient. Honestly. Thank you. This pushes schools to levy charges on parents, a practice that undermines the principle of universal education. Think about it, colleagues. 18,600 shillings per learner, not per term, but per year. How is this child supposed to compete globally in this day and age? It's not possible. So we are saying UPE is a good program. It's a good initiative. But we are not funding it, and that's why it's failing. That's why children, 60% they're in P6, they can't read a sentence in English. So we need to put more money there, now that we are all saying it's a good program. Because on this we agree, government side and opposition, UPE is a good program. So why aren't we funding what we are all agreeing on to be good? Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, salary disparities between science and arts and primary teachers have weakened morale and fueled attrition. The increase in pay for science teachers. But there is no reason why the same does not happen for arts teachers as well. Government must substantially increase investment in school infrastructure, review capitation grants to reflect the current realities, recruit and retain qualified teachers, strengthen technical and vocational education, and prioritize learning outcomes as the central measure of success. Or we risk producing a generation enrolled in school but unprepared for a modern world. Let me talk about agriculture and rural livelihoods. Agriculture employs approximately 68% of Uganda's workforce and 4% to our GDP. Yet production, measured as value added per worker, stands at just $462 US dollars per year, among the lowest in East Africa. That's according to the Ministry of Agriculture Sector Performance Report. Again, government figures. The head of state highlighted selected success stories in dairy and coffee, but did not pay sufficient attention to the structural constraints that are trapping millions of smallholder farmers in low productivity and poor returns. Uganda has approximately 1 extension worker per 2,000 farmers, against a recommended ratio of 1 per 400. With more than 5,000 extension positions vacant nationwide in all of our constituencies, the Auditor General's report of 2025 found only 44% of required extension workers across 135 local governments were fully employed, meaning farmers who are receiving PDM money through their circles don't have technical guidance to use it productively, because who is supposed to guide them? The positions are vacant. Only 4.6% of cultivated land is under irrigation, and post-harvest losses run 30 to 40% for perishable crops. Destruction of value caused not by farmers failing to produce, but by our failure to provide storage, cold chains, and market infrastructure. PDM, Parish Development Model, disburses 100 million shillings per parish annually. That's roughly 4,000 per household per month. A sum that honestly cannot transform smallholder productivity. And some of our parishes have a lot more people than others. That's the reality.
You know, we agreed on 30 minutes. I'm seeing I'm already in 43 minutes. So I don't know what we are going to do, and I'm seeing your statement is still long.
I seek your indulgence to run as quickly as I can.
Yeah, please do, since we have it all, you know, on record, and it's going to be debated, and you'll get more time to respond to some of the issues.
Let me move to ICT and digital transformation. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, the opposition shares government's aspiration for a digital. So on that, we also agree. But digital transformation must be measured by whether citizens can access affordable internet, whether technology genuinely improves service delivery and accountability, not by systems launched or fiber laid. I'll now keep skipping a few things here and there. Let me move to works and transport. Honourable members, the head of state highlighted investment in roads and the standard gauge railway, but did not pay sufficient attention to the maintenance crisis that is consuming what has already been built. The Parliamentary Committee on Physical Infrastructure reported on the Integrated Transport Infrastructure System, ITIS, showing that over 95% of national, municipal, and town council roads are in poor condition, with transport costs accounting for up to 40% of Uganda's total exports. This is a challenge that we need to address as well. The Auditor General identified 14 transferred road projects worth 1.8 trillion stalled under the UNRA mainstreaming exercise, while KCCA's allocation was cut 14.56%. Even as absorption fell to 22.7% under the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program, leaving KCCA facing a road funding gap of about 45 billion. What would we like to see? Number one, restoration of the transport area's budget to at least 300 billion shillings with a binding 3-year clearance schedule approved by Parliament. And this money is for all our constituencies. Number 2, quarterly audited reports, progress reports on the ETS program, tabled before the relevant parliamentary committee. Number 3, real accountability for non-performers. Uganda needs roads that last, rails that move cargo, and transport costs that fall. Not promises while contractors go unpaid and roads deteriorate. Let me talk about local government and service delivery. You saw the Honorable Minister for Local Government around. The quality of government is judged not at the center of power, but where citizens actually live. The PSST acknowledged in February of 2026 that more than a third of all public spending flows through local government, and that government fails to deliver services where citizens live if internal audit fails at that level. The Auditor General's annual report shows this is already the present reality. PDM, which is government's flagship program to alleviate poverty, is the most attractive case study in this case. Of 3.26 trillion released to over 10,500 PDM circles nationwide, only 2.7 trillion had been dispersed, had reached intended households by June of 2025, leaving 508 billion undistributed. In 55 local governments, 619 households were found implementing ineligible projects. That's according to the Auditor General. And the audit identified 109 confirmed ghost projects. These are people stealing taxpayers' money. Activities that exist on paper, receive public money, and have nothing happening on ground. We need to address this matter. It is imperative that critical field across local governments, that accounting officers responsible for the diverted funds face meaningful sanctions. I've seen the thrust of our colleagues in the Ministry of Local Government. We want to see action in this regard. Honourable Speaker, let me move to tourism, trade and industry. Tourism recorded strong performance in 2015, and the opposition says so plainly, because it's a fact. There was a strong performance, that's financial year. International arrivals grew 19.7% to 1.64 million visitors, exceeding the 2019 pre-pandemic benchmark because we had challenges of COVID at the time. And earnings reached a record 5.8 trillion, up 21.3% from 2024. The sector contributed 6.6% of GDP and directly supported 803,691 jobs. Yet delivered despite a structural funding deficit. Honourable Speaker, current program funding of 492 billion falls way below the 620 billion required under NDP4. And the Uganda Tourism Board could not submit 16 planned international event bids. Why? Lack of subvention funds. Uganda ranks 112th on the World Economic Forum's Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index, behind Kenya at 82nd, while Rwanda has invested over 330 billion since 2018 on tourism branding alone. That's just branding. More than Uganda's entire annual UTB budget, the entire. These comparisons should not be seen in bad light, because these are our sister countries in the East African community. There's only 4 5-star facilities that exist nationwide, and tourists leave an estimated 60% of potential spending untapped. This is a gold mine that we need to take care of. Mr. Speaker, let me move quickly to environment and natural resources. One of the most significant omissions in the address was environmental sustainability. NEMA's State of the Environment Report of 2025 shows Uganda has lost over 60% of its forest cover since independence, deforestation running at 92,000 hectares a year. One of the highest rates in sub-Saharan Africa. Wetland coverage has fallen from 15.6% of national land area to about 8.9%. This is an area we need to fix as well. Let me move to energy and minerals. Installed electricity generation capacity has risen to 2,098 megawatts. And and we are taking note of that achievement as the opposition. But it's not matched by access or efficient utilization. The UN country analysis for Uganda 2025 shows that by 2024, only 53% of households had access to electricity, and just 25% were connected to the national grid. We need to fix this area as well. Let me move, Right Honourable Speaker, to Presidency, then the Office of the Prime Minister and Defence. The head of state spoke strongly against corruption and non-performance. These are welcome pronouncements. But credibility requires accountability to begin at the institutions closest to the center of power. And on that test, the record is unsatisfactory. The Office of the Prime Minister, designated by Article 108A as the engine room of government, has repeatedly been linked to major accountability failures. And these are issues we have discussed here, including parliamentary reports. In March of 2026, OPM officials appeared before the Public Accounts Committee this very year over allegations that 3.5 billion shillings earmarked for victims of the Kitezi landfill collapse had been diverted to activities elsewhere. Again, we need to act on the pronouncements that we are making, Mr. Speaker. Let me move to the last sector, that's the East African community and regional integration. The opposition supports regional integration, and the Pan-African vision is one that we share. But meaningful integration requires more than declarations. The EAC Secretariat's Regional Integration Report of 2025 shows intra-EAC trade at only about 18% of total regional trade. And the East African Monetary Union, originally targeted for 2025, has been postponed indefinitely for lack of the fiscal indiscipline and institutional convergence that it requires. Now that we are promoting EAC, we need to act upon it. Honorable Speaker, I did see the other day a lawyer within the region who is licensed to practice here being barred from accessing our country. And she was issued a decision that you are not wanted here, persona non grata. Let's follow the process even as that happens. She probably should have been given a chance to explain herself that this is what we are charging you with. You then have a chance to explain yourself. When we expel, we have been complaining about South Africans who are expelling nationals, including Ugandans. Let's not do the same. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the facts presented in this, my response, paint a clear picture. While progress has been made in some areas, many Ugandans continue to face poverty, unemployment, poor public services, and growing pressure on their livelihoods. And the gap between official claims and daily experience is still wide. Ugandans want decent healthcare, quality education, reliable infrastructure, opportunities to earn a living, accountable government management of public resources, and respect for the rule of law by all institutions. These are reasonable expectations. They're not out of the world or wild expectations, really. And they should be at the center of government action. The opposition will continue to advocate for these priorities and to hold government accountable for its commitments to the people of Uganda. We love this country dearly. Let me say that again. We
prayers. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to put with the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the other paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. As I told you yesterday, today we had a business committee meeting where we agreed on the schedule of the business and the calendar. We are going to be updating you, and we shall share that calendar once it's fully polished up with the recommendations that were made by the business committee. We want to have a harmonized way of doing business, reconciling positions, for example, and ensuring that since you're a member of both the standing and sectoral committee, we find we don't have a schedule where you're appearing on both, and you start moonlighting from one committee, jumping from one committee to another. So I really want to thank the Right Honourable Speaker, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, who presented the business which government has for us, and the Honourable Leader of Opposition and his team, and the Government Chief Whip, and committee chairpersons and whips of the different parties. Now here we have whips are very, very important people, and because they are the ones who mobilize for us members. Honorable Ismakare here, the whip for ANT, A-N-T. Now he has not whipped himself into here. So the whips, I wanted to have a chance for the whips to stand up and be known by the rest of the colleagues. It's very, very important. The opposition chief whip, the Honorable Muiru, everyone knows. The rest, they can introduce themselves. The DP whip, he's whipping, he's outside whipping others. The UPC whip, please. Honorable Eunice.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Yeah. Colleagues, congratulations for making it to the 12th Parliament. My name is Eunice Otoko Apio, and if you're happy with me, you start with Dr. Eunice Otoko Apio. A scholar as well. That's why I use that DR. But I'm also, most importantly, the whip of the Uganda People's Congress Party, the UPC, the oldest party, one of the oldest parties in the country. And we certainly, Right Honourable Speaker, have a track record. We are the go-to party to draw on for lessons, you know, in terms of development.
Don't start.
Thank you very much.
On the floor.
I welcome everyone, and I look forward to associating and interacting with members.
Thank you.
We are 12. We've lent one of our members to the other side to help government draw on our lessons from the UPC. So all the best for the next 5 years.
Thank you. DP whip. FDC. Oh, DP, yes, of course. It's important to know these colleagues. You know, usually meet colleagues in the chamber, but some are very powerful people here.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, colleagues, members of Parliament, the front bench on both sides. Okot Peter is my name. I represent Tochi constituency. and by the grace of God, I'm the whip of the Democratic Party. Looking around, looking at the history of this country, nearly either your grandfather, your father, was once a member of the Democratic Party. Few weeks ago, even the president of this country, His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, did mention that he got a foundation with the Democratic Party. So we look forward to working with every party that has, over the years, been developed in this country. As the oldest party, our doors are open. Those who have jumped out of the party, we welcome you back home. And we continue working for this country. Thank you very much. We join hands with you to see that the 12th Parliament delivers for this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And the whip for NUP, I think, is Honorable Betty Namboze, Achireke. No, sorry. Chair of the caucus. Oh, okay. The chief whip whips his party and then other opposition parties. Okay. And then the one for FDC is Honorable Anne Adeke Ebaju. I'm sure you'll be seeing them very often. So we had a very good business committee meeting, and we shall be giving you updates along the way on how. One of the issues, of course, we discussed and we looked at is reinstating some of the business that, PFF? PFF has two members? Oh, yes, yes. And who is the whip? Oh, Honorable Betty Awol. Yes, yes. No, she's always here. When I don't see her, it's because of some very critical reason. Yeah, so we also have PFF. So, Honorable colleagues, the issue of reinstating business which had elapsed with the 11th Parliament. So we've assessed all the business, and next week on Tuesday, one of the commissioners will move a motion with the support of colleagues from the business committee to have that business reinstated. The most critical business being the Auditor General's reports. Because between now and December, because the next report from the Auditor General will come in December. So between now and December, the accountability committees would be having no business. So we are going to reinstate that, the reports. They start afresh. For 6 months, they had done around 100 and a few reports out of a report of around 500 reports. So now they will be having around 400 reports to process. From our interaction, we are going to work out a mechanism of having as many reports as possible processed by the committee. Honorable colleagues, also Rule 244 of our Rules of Procedure requires that a legacy report for the previous Parliament should be presented. Yesterday someone sent it to me. Today it was again raised in the Business Committee. The report is prepared by the clerk. It's ready. Of course, by our Rules of Procedure, Rule 244, it should be presented in the first sittings of the House. First seven sittings of the House. So, but the challenge we got, honorable colleagues, and you'll bear with us, is because the commission was not yet fully constituted. So when the clerk prepares this report, it's first submitted to the commission, and then the commission adopts it, and then it's laid on the floor. So the report is ready, and we are going to have a parliamentary commission, first parliamentary commission meeting, where it will be adopted, and we bring it here as a requirement of the rules. So you will have to bear with us, honorable colleagues. For matters of national importance, today is Prime Minister's time. That's why I put a few items on the order paper, so that we can have, I can have around 2 hours of you colleagues interacting with the Prime Minister and the honorable ministers present. You have a lot of issues to do with your constituencies, to do with the country. So today is your day. So let's go through this quickly so that we go into an interaction where you raise your issues to the minister. You don't need to have booked, it will be spontaneous. I'll be just picking on you, depending on how you look at me. If you, yeah, yeah. And now I see some have started winking, some are doing what? No, please, just be, okay? Yesterday I was chatting with Honorable Numbers, an MP was raising their arm. It's not a classroom, but that is for, we have MPs with disabilities who are not able to stand up. For example, that's a sign they use. But for you, other colleagues, you should be, you stand up, you look at me with mercy and a smile, and then you immediately attract my attention. Okay? That's how we are going to do business. In a very, very, yeah? Now, I thought we were moving very well. Honorable Timugiri, because I wanted us to go to the next item, so that we do these two items and move quickly.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, it's a brief one. On the, just a slight issue on the Parliamentary Commission you mentioned earlier. It is within the President, or within parliamentary rules and procedure, that the Commission should actually be updating the House, or we receive some reports from the Commission of this Parliament. But to my surprise, the entire 11th Parliament, we hardly received any report from the Office of the Commission here in regarding to the activities and how they are managing our House. So I would like information from you whether the reason as to why we could not do that, because we do trust the Commission, they work for us, and why is it that as a House we cannot get a report on their duties and activities that they do, because we give them a lot of powers. So are we going to be getting those reports in this 12th Parliament so that we keep them in check? We all know what happened in the 11th Parliament regarding our commissioners. We want to keep these commissioners in check in the 12th Parliament so they do not embarrass us. Thank you.
Why are you poking me on the rope? No, but honorable colleagues, we are going to have the first commission meeting, okay? And I can tell you, we are going to follow the law and the rules to the letter. Whatever we are required to do under the law, we are going to follow it. That's a commitment I want to give to you. And you'll be here to assess us, okay? You'll be here to assess us. And we are open. We are open because we are just... Honorable Mwir has turned me into a target, honorable colleagues. So, next item.
Item 3 on the other paper, statements by ministers on 1, the local council and women council elections 2026.
Yeah, thank you. Now, before I call the minister, I just wanted to add on something which Honorable Namboze raised, and I touched on it yesterday, but I think I needed to have brought it out clearly. So she raised it today in our business committee meeting. I'm sorry for diverging some of the details here. So it's been a practice whenever we start a parliament. It's always good to give members a chance to make their maiden speech, okay? Without interruption, even if it takes how long. But you see, Parliament is a house of record. I don't want to force you to speak and you end up standing here and you send greetings to your voters. And you just, So, it can also be described as maiden, but we are a house of record. So to improve on that, we agreed as a leadership of Parliament that will be done from what I told you yesterday, State of the Nation address, starting on Tuesday, where each one of you will get 3 minutes uninterrupted. Okay, uninterrupted. Go prepare. Whether you want to read, you will read. If you want to talk off cuff, you will do that. You know, if you want to shake, you'll be allowed to shake. Okay, but I'm very, very sure none of you has stage fright. If you stood before voters and you got the votes, how can you fail to just stand before this parliament and you address the nation? So we shall do it that way. And like I guided yesterday, it is, we are even looking at taking, even if it's 4 weeks, 6 weeks, okay? And that way, you'll be able to raise issues to do with your constituency, okay? So please go prepare, and we start on the State of the Nation address, and the response from the Leader of Opposition, we start on it on Tuesday. Now, yesterday I guided, and I appreciated the Minister for Local Government on the statement she presented on the floor, and I requested that it should be enriched by the Minister for Justice, and I requested the Deputy Attorney General to go because they are in the same area, because yesterday I didn't want the Minister for Local Government to be made to make commitments on issues beyond her ministry. Some of the questions I was getting, we had to do with the Electoral Commission. I don't want the Minister of Local Government to make commitments on behalf of the Electoral Commission. She does not supervise. So, Attorney General, I don't know if you prepared additional, you told me you prepared an additional statement on top of what the Ministry of Local Government had done. Yeah, so please, this is the time, and then I'll open up a short debate. Attorney General?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. This is my maiden speech for today. I had not yet finished. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I wish to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to make this statement on the program for the conduct of elections of administrative units, councils, specifically LOC1, LOC2, and women councils, committees. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, the term of office of the administrative unit councils and women councils and women committees expired on the 23rd of June 2026. The government has since the 10th of July 2023 extending the administrative unit councils and women councils and committees for a period not exceeding 180 days at a time in accordance with Regulation 12D of the Local Government Council regulations specified in Schedule 2 of the Local Government Act, Chapter 138. I therefore wish to brief this August House on the key activities, dates and arrangements under the electoral program scheduled by the Electoral Commission. 1. Verification of residence and compilation of registers. The Electoral Commission appointed Monday 6th July to 10th July 2026 as a period for registration of willing village residents who intend to participate in the administrative unit council elections at village level. That is this week ending tomorrow. During the same period, the Commission is compiling the Village Women Council Register for purposes of conducting elections of women councils and committees. The Commission has urged all eligible and willing residents to appear in person at the designated registration centers within their respective village or cells of residence to register or update their particulars before the close of the exercise on Friday 10th July 2026. For emphasis, the registration exercise covers the following: the compilation of Village Council General Register for purposes of electing the LOC1 chairperson and approving members of the Village Executive Committee. B, the compilation of Village Women Council Register for purposes of electing Village Women Committees. C, the registration of willing village residents and willing women residents in separate register books provided by the Electoral Commission. D, the registration of willing women residents in both registers to enable them to participate in both elections. I noticed the statement is not yet uploaded, but I handed it over. The registration exercise is free of charge and is conducted from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on each of the appointed days. A person qualified to be registered in the Village Council General Register a person is qualified to be registered in the Village Council Register if that person A, is a resident of Uganda, B, is ordinarily resident in the village of registration, C, is 18 years of age or above at the time of registration, and D, is willing to be a member of the Village Council. For the Village Women Council Register, a person must be a female, a citizen of Uganda, 18 years of age or above, and ordinarily a resident in the village of registration. A person appearing for registration is required to provide the following particulars to the village registration officer, the village election officer. A, the names. B, the national identification card, NIN number or national identification number. C, age. D, gender. E, the village of residence. Display of voters' registers. The display of the Village Council Register and the Village Women Council Register will be conducted from the 13th to the 14th of July 2026. The display of the registers shall commence at 8 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. at a designated public or open place in the respective village. During the display period, voters are urged to turn up and verify the correctness of their particulars, including names, national identification number, or application number, age, gender, and village of residence. Residents are further urged to report to the village election official the following categories of persons for removal from the register: A, the deceased, B, the underage, and C, those who do not reside in the village. Number 3, village women committees, composition, nomination, campaigns, and polling. The village women committees shall comprise of 5 members, namely the chairperson, the vice chairperson, the secretary, publicity secretary, and secretary for finance. The Electoral Commission has appointed the 15th to 19th of July 2026 as the dates for nomination of candidates for election to the village women committees. The nominations shall be conducted at the respective sub-county, town council, or municipal division headquarters by the sub-county election official from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on each of the appointed days. In the case of cities, nomination shall be conducted at the respective wards. For emphasis, an aspiring candidate for any of the village women committees must be female. Do I need to overemphasize that? Must be female, ordinarily resident in the village, a citizen of Uganda, and aged between 18 and above. An aspiring candidate must be registered on the Village Women's Council register. No academic qualifications are required, and no nomination fee is required. Campaign meetings for the Village Women Committees elections shall be held for 3 days from the 20th to 22nd of July 2026. The campaign meetings or public rallies shall be conducted between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on each of the campaign days. The Electoral Commission has appointed Thursday, 23rd July 2026 as the polling day for election of the 5 members of the Village Women Committees. The polling shall take place in a public or open place within the village and shall be by voters lining up behind the nominated candidates of their respective portraits, representatives, or symbols in accordance with Section 123 of the Local Government Act. Election of parish or ward to national level for women council committees. The parish or ward women's council shall consist of all members of the village women's committees in the parish or ward. The sub-county, town or division women's council, which shall constitute the electoral college at the level, shall consist of members of the parish / ward women's committees in the sub-county, town council, division, and a representative of women with disabilities elected from among women with disabilities in the sub-county, town council, or division through their structures. The district or city women council which shall constitute the electoral college at the level shall consist of chairpersons of the sub-county, town or division women's council and a representative of women with disabilities elected from amongst women with disabilities from the district or city through their structures. The election of executive committee members from the parish or ward level to the national level shall be conducted in accordance with the program attached as Appendix B to this statement. I'll read through. The issuance of nomination forms to aspiring candidates from the parish or ward level to the national level shall take place alongside the display of the respective electoral college registers. Composition of village or LC1 executive committee. Each village or LC1 shall have an executive committee consisting of 11 members, the chairperson, the vice chairperson, who shall also be the secretary for children or welfare. The vice chairperson, who shall also be the secretary for children welfare, the general secretary, the secretary for information, Education and Mobilization, the Secretary for Security, the Secretary for Finance, the Secretary for Production and Environmental Protection, the Secretary for Youth, the Secretary for Women, who shall also be the Public Health Coordinator, the Secretary for Persons with Disability, and the Secretary for the Council of Older Persons. Nomination of candidates for village or LOC1 chairpersons. The Electoral Commission has appointed the 15th to 19th of July 2026 as the dates for nomination of candidates for election as village or LOC1 chairpersons. The nominations shall be conducted at the respective sub-county, town council, municipal division headquarters by the parish election official from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on each of the appointed days. These elections shall be conducted under the multi-party political dispensation. Political parties and organizations are therefore urged to prepare accordingly. Aspiring candidates for election as village or LOC1 chairperson may collect nomination forms from the parish election official of the parish in which the village is located on the 9th to 14th July 2026. An aspiring candidate for village or LOC1 chairperson must be a citizen of Uganda, aged between 18 and above, resident in that village where he or she intends to stand, and registered on the respective village council register. No academic qualifications are required for election as village or LOC1 chairperson, and no nomination fee is required. Campaigns and polling for LOC1 chairperson. Campaign meetings for election of village or LOC1 chairpersons shall be held for 8 days from the 20th to the 27th of July 2026. The campaign meetings or public rallies shall be conducted from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on each campaign day. Campaigns shall be conducted and limited to the village from the respective candidate, to the village of the respective candidate. No candidate shall be permitted to hold physical campaigns outside or beyond his or her village. Polling for election of village or LOC1 chairperson shall take place on Tuesday, 28th July 2026, in a public or open place within the village, commencing at 7 a.m. and ending at 7 p.m. The election shall be conducted by voters lining up behind nominated candidates, their respective portraits or symbols in accordance with Section 123 of the Local Government Act. For clarity, the following programs shall guide the voting day. 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Assembly and verification of voters by the village election official or presiding officer. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Voter education and briefing of voters on voting procedures by the village election official or presiding officer. From 11 a.m. to 11:30, voting by the electorate lining up and counting the votes. From 11:30 to midday sharp, filling of Form EC10 and declaration of chairperson elect. From 12 to 4 p.m., nomination and approval of executive committee members by the village council and filling of Form EC 11. The following members of the village executive committee shall be nominated by the elected village chairman from among members of the council present and approved by the council, one by show of hands. The vice chairperson, who shall be the secretary for children welfare, the general secretary, the secretary for information, education and mobilization, the secretary for security, the secretary for finance, the secretary for production and environmental protection. The following members shall join the village executive committee by virtue of having been elected chairpersons of their respective village committees for special interest groups. The chairperson of the youth council at village level. Let me repeat. A, chairperson of the village youth council, who shall be secretary for youths. The chairperson of village women council, who shall be the secretary for women and also public health coordinator. The chairperson of the organization for persons with disabilities at the village level, who shall be secretary for persons with disability affairs, and the chairperson for the village council of older persons, who shall be the secretary for the council of older persons. Election of parish, ward or LOC2 chairpersons and executive committees. Members of the village executive committees in the respective parish or ward shall constitute the parish council for purposes of election of the parish or ward LOC2 chairperson. The election of the parish or ward LOC2 chairperson and the nomination of the parish or ward and approval of the parish executive committee members shall be conducted in accordance with the following program. 1. Compilation of parish or ward LC2 voters register, 29th July 2026. Display of parish voters register, 30th to 31st July 2026. Nomination of candidates for LOC2, 3rd August 2026. Campaigns for parish LOC2 chairperson, 4th to 9th August 2026. Polling day for election of parish or ward LC2 chairperson, 10th August 2026. The issuance of nomination forms to aspiring candidates for parish or ward LOC2 chairpersons shall take place alongside the display exercise scheduled for 30th to 31st of July 2026. Compilation of the law, compliance with the law and electoral guidelines. The Electoral Commission has issued comprehensive guidelines to enable stakeholders to participate in the entire electoral program. The program is progressive in nature, moving from village to parish level in the case of administrative units, and from the village to national level in the case of women council committees. I therefore urge all aspiring candidates, political parties, organizations, voters, and stakeholders to acquaint themselves with the relevant laws and guidelines in order to appreciate their respective roles and responsibilities before, during, and after the elections. Facilitation of ad hoc election officials. The following is the payment schedule for the ad hoc election officials handling the electoral process. Sub-county election official, 546,444 per month. This one is deployed for 2 months because the exercise is for July and August. 433. So 546,433 per month. Parish election official, 288,125 per month for 2 months. Village election official, who does the registration and display of the register, is paid 10,000 per day for 5 days, which is 50,000 per person during registration, then 10,000 per day for 3 days during the display exercise. The presiding officer is paid 30,000, the polling assistant or enumerator is paid 20,000, and the election of orderly is paid 20,000. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, government remains committed to ensuring that the elections of administrative unit councils and women councils and committees are conducted in accordance with the law and the program issued by the Electoral Commission. I therefore urge all Ugandans to participate in this electoral program peacefully, responsibly, and in accordance with the applicable laws and guidelines. This will ensure smooth and lawful, orderly elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug. And we are going to debate or pick 8 people maximum, because these are things which are very, very clear and straightforward. Okay? And we shall do jointly, yes, because all this is under the statement that came from the Minister for Local Government. So, but before that, colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers from Good Hope Nursery and Primary School from Butareja District. They are represented by Honorable Sarah Anity Logose and Honorable James Waruswaka, engineer. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. Colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have Mr. Asani Andrews, a student from Bishop Sharona Catholic Secondary School, Basingstoke, United Kingdom. He has come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming him. Colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have members of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Mental Health, a cross-party platform established by members of Parliament to strengthen parliamentary leadership, advocacy, policy action, and accountability on mental health matters in Uganda. The forum is currently hosting the 4th Mental Health Awareness Camp at Parliament under the theme Advancing Mental Health Through Policy Action, with development partners and stakeholders from different parts of Uganda. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. And in a special way, I want to thank the chairperson of the forum, Honorable Biga Rose, for the good work. Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, I will start with the Shadow Minister for Gender. Honorable Tebandeke, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is also my maiden speech as we preside over
not on
the
procedure.
House.
Procedure is not.
I congratulate you, Right Honorable. In the same vein, I call upon my previous candidate in the contest to support you, and we line behind you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, as the order paper is displayed, it shows the statement by the minister was meant to be presented by the minister of local government. I'm aware of the collective responsibility, but in the presence of the minister for local government, isn't it stampeding over the rights and the responsibility of the minister of local government, who is even available in the House, the Honorable Namere, and the Attorney General goes ahead to present the statement? Is it procedurally right? And is it in the confine and the honest faith of my sister, Honorable Namere?
Honorable, were you here yesterday? So since you were not here yesterday and you didn't bother follow proceedings, maybe I can refer you to the Hansard on why the Attorney General. But make it very easy for you, Honorable Tebandeke. Yesterday, the minister presented. Honorable Tebandeke, can I have your attention here? Yesterday, the minister for local government presented, but now the issues were mainly to do with the electoral commission, and we felt that in answering, we would need the minister for justice to come in and give additional information. So this is additional statement on the one of the minister for local government, and the design of the order paper has to remain as it was yesterday. Thank you. So Honorable Naruima Esther, followed by Honorable Paparu Lilian, and then Ruchiga Woman MP. Yeah. And then Honorable Zahara. Yes. I'm going to pick you, Honorable colleagues. I'm going to pick to balance off.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the ministers for their presentation on this matter, but allow me to draw the attention on matters, especially on women councils. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I also add on to the prayer earlier on forwarded by the Minister of Local Government. We really need this public holiday, and now public holidays. Let also that day for women councils, the 23rd July, let it be dedicated for the women of this country who make over 51% to also have a public holiday, not that for them to elect their days. And Right Honorable Speaker, I also pray and plead for the working population of this country, given that I'm also the Shadow Minister for Labor. Several of us here, when you cross-check, Right Honorable Speaker, how many of us have been able to go back to their village, the preferred villages, so that they're able to register themselves? You cross-check amongst us here, many of us have not yet registered. And there is no option for e-registration. I pray and request that let the Electoral Commission at this hour, on this 4th day, replan how best they can handle the working population so that it is provided for and members are able to register in the shortest time possible. I also request that we reconsider the fact that we are talking about an ordinary resident. As students in boarding section also going to be considered as boarding as ordinary residents, and what mechanism have we put in place to ensure that someone, for example, the Urge, who has like 3 residences, on that very day of polling day, he only goes to 1 residence. During youth councils, we could see some people voting from one area, then they are quickly rushed by a van, and they go to another area and they vote. How are we controlling such elements to occur? And finally, Mr. Speaker, we are requesting for the Electoral Commission to take keen eye on to their presiding officers and the electional managers who are already moving. Instead of locating at one place, they are already moving to certain residences. They go and ask for all those people they would wish to enter into that register. I'm having such instances. It was in Nakaseke. Then also there are some election officers who have decided to hide the main register. We are having it in Machinde Sabagabo. They only provide for people who come. They put a very simple exercise book and decide that for these ones, they are going to register in this. So we are praying that we get a mechanism to handle some of those matters and such issues are rectified. I beg to pray.
Thank you. Arua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, mine first is an inquiry from Attorney General. I read on one of the addresses of Electoral Commission, that they will be using the old electoral officials that were already trained, and they will not retrain them. Right Honorable Speaker, some of these officials are no longer residents in the areas. They have moved on. I wanted to know what plans they have in case they pick new people and they don't intend to train. How will these people perform? Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I have a university in my constituency, and the students in that university are intended to be registered as members of the nearby village, not necessarily the university village. I wanted to know how that can be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ruchiga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Sylvia Tumiru Walini, it is my name from Ruchiga. I want to inquire about the time for the exercise, especially for us who are highly, involved in this exercise. Is it going to be like a public holiday? Can we be given time so to go and supervise? These are very important offices, and we shouldn't let them be done mediocre. We need to make sure that we have serious people on the ground to supervise the exercise. Number two, a quick one. These offices, for a long time, they have been run not well facilitated in terms of the pay of the LC1s, chairpersons, and also the press they call office. Most of the LC1 offices are run in people's homes under trees in bars alongside roads and so forth. Isn't it high time government gave some budget for rent or construction of a space to call LC1 chairman office? Most of us have been pushed to build offices for these villages, and yet we are also financially constrained. We need to respect these offices and give them a place to work from, so that they stop working from their homes and risking the family resources in terms of when visitors come, you have to provide for what to eat and drink, but also making the people who go very comfortable. My father was an LC1 chairman for many years, and his office was a dining table, and it was an inconvenience to all of us in the family. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very critical point, Honorable Sylvia. But I would request that we limit ourselves to electoral matters as of today. Okay? But that's very, very critical. And I'm sure the Committee on Public Service and Local Government has taken note. Honorable Zahara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now I can see all of you look at me when you're smiling.
For record, my name is Zahara Lirika, the Member of Parliament for Machinde West and the Shadow Minister for Kampala. Right Honorable Speaker, it is on that note that I rise to seek clarification through you, Right Honorable Speaker, from the Attorney General. Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to draw the members' attention to the KCC Act 2020 as amended, where sections 38, 39, 40, and 41 were designed to work in tandem for good governance of the capital city. Right Honorable Speaker, it is on that note that I seek clarification. Section 41, because the Attorney General has given a brief about the elections, and now we are in a process. He has talked about the ward administrations, the cells, that is village, and he has skipped a very important matter in the KCC Act about the street committees constitution. Street committees, that is section 41 of the KCC Act. I kindly request to understand, Right Honorable Speaker, whether government rendered that section irrelevant in the Act, or whether they are intending to operationalize it in the meantime. And if so, Right Honorable Speaker, can we know when they can give us feedback such that that matter is not rendered irrelevant in the KCC Act? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I'm trying to see if there is. I'm trying to get a colleague from Karamoja. No, I know why I am doing that. I have a short time. Okay, such colleagues first sit. Such a statements take a short. We don't usually debate much on them because we are not going to make a resolution, which we are going to extract. Okay, so I usually want to pick a representative. I do a kind of representative arrangement. If I pick from each sub-region, I've picked from, for example, I've already picked from Ruchiga, I've picked from West Nile, you know, like that, okay? Yeah. Yes, Haji.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Ilukol Emmanuel, Member of Parliament, Bokora County. I want to also emphasize on the registrar, the registration bit. It has happened that I lead a county that is bordering Abim, Kapelebiong, and Kotido. They are villages like Aolio that are sharing. Sometimes you find that the LC1 doesn't know where it belongs. So you find that it belongs. He finds that he registers the people from Abim and registers people from Napak. And so we find a confusion most of the time on where it belongs. So my prayer is to the Minister of Local Government to find a way they can open for us that border so that we can be able to know where some of our LC1 areas belong. Thank you.
Have you seen what I was emphasizing, colleagues? The uniqueness of some areas. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see areas. Wow. Let me pick that honorable colleague behind Honorable Choni. Yeah, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but he will introduce himself and I know him. Now I want those ones I don't know. I'm going to pick those ones whose names I don't know. So if you know that I know you very well, then I'm not picking you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Utobe Wellborn Odia is my name. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I can repeat my name. I said Utobe Wellborn Odia is my name.
That one is a sentence.
I represent.
I think Honorable colleagues, you could see why I couldn't get his name much early.
Thank you.
So, maiden speech, go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
It's a paragraph.
I represent the people of Aru North in Pade. Honorable Speaker, this is also my maiden speech. On a special note, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the new members in this parliament, I want to appreciate you that you are giving us ample opportunities to also air out our views. Can we appreciate the Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, members are proposing that if the law permits, then we also need to have the chief whip of the Frasers on the floor of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I come from Pade. I want to raise some important issues in respect to the matter we have on the floor. Honorable Speaker, In my constituency, I have got 2 parishes, Gotokong and Omeda. I also have got 12 villages. Honorable Speaker, these villages, they are in a Chulibu sub-county. This government, I want to appreciate that they are paying all the chairpersons there on an area. They all have their official stamps. But on a sad note, Honorable Speaker, these villages and these 2 parishes, their names are not appearing on the list commission for to be conducted in administrative units. Honorable Speaker, it is my prayer that these villages and these parishes be considered. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Mubende is on Grania. Okay. Honorable Namboze. Namboze Betty.
Register some in areas where they don't reside, but they originate from. So I wonder, some people don't have these IDs, and even some have not even turned up to apply for them, but still they are eligible to become voters at and even some have not even turned up to apply for them, but still they are eligible to become voters at their villages. So what is the Attorney General proposing for such citizens? 2, Right Honorable Speaker, I've observed in this House, we have an MP for workers. At the district, we have a councillor for workers. But at the lower governments, we don't have councillors for workers at LOC3 or at municipalities, and then even we don't have a secretary for workers at the LOC1. I want to inquire from the Attorney General when they intend to give workers representatives on all councils, on all administrative units. 3, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of elections for women councils. I've seen at number 7, on polling day, the Attorney General and the Electoral Commission are proposing that voters will converge at polling stations by 7 and continue undertaking activities until 4 p.m. I don't know what provisions are there to manage these polling stations, because people are going to camp polling stations for a whole day. However, if we are consulted, I would have proposed that instead of having the village council sitting on the election day, we would instead have the village women council elections on that day, so that if we are given a public holiday, even the ladies, the women would utilize the same opportunity of having our elections on a public holiday. And then the village councils would be, the chairperson so elected would be encouraged to organize for the village council meetings where they would appoint their ministers on other dates, Right Honorable Speaker. If you would permit me, Right Honorable Speaker, I would also use this opportunity to give notes to to this House under Rule 59 of our Rules of Procedure for a notice of motion. And this notice, Honorable Speaker, is based on the fact that for over 20 years now, local governments at the lower level the Electoral Commission has not been acknowledging the creation of new administrative units for a long time. Where we have new districts, where we have new municipalities, where we have new sub-counties and new town councils, we have a few villages, very big villages which are not easy to govern. And then whenever our people gather and resolve to create a new village, the Electoral Commission does not recognize them. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I intend to move a motion urging government to acknowledge and recognize the creation of new administrative units. You would consider something like a LOC2. At parishes, Right Honorable Speaker, today, these are the points of service delivery. Because at the parish, we must have, this is where our government provides for a primary school.
Honorable, time. So just because you've given notes for the motion, now you're going into its detail. Why don't you bring the motion, and then I'll give you space on the order paper, Honorable. Okay, thank you. Now, colleagues, we have a colleague from Rengo who was a parish councillor. Let me give him an opportunity first.
Thank you so much.
And then I also get workers. Yes, parish councillor is now a member of parliament from parish council.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Since it is my maiden speech, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate you upon retaining that seat, as we are also retaining these seats. Congratulations. My name is Kimba Emmanuel. I'm a member of parliament representing Bukoto Midwest constituency in Rengo district. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank our Attorney General for the speech, for the clarification he has given out. But still, on that note, I've heard that the exercise of registering started on 6th and it is ending tomorrow. Speakers, we are seeing us here, we are coming from different villages, and there are some members of parliament who are coming from far away. My request is, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting you kindly, at least today, you adjourn the parliament when it is early, so that we can fix time of driving, and then we go back to our constituents, to our villages.
Yeah, Honorable, when you say we adjourn, I cut you off, we adjourn. So continue and conclude your point. You want us to adjourn?
No, not now. So you adjourn the time, so as we fix time of driving, and then we go and we register ourselves in the village registers. I thank you.
Yeah. Just really, Attorney General will make me understand. Because I'm a registered voter in my constituency. We have just finished elections. So you mean I must first go back to Mitoma to register? Yes. Huh? Yeah, so Attorney General will help us clarify on that. I had allowed workers. Honorable Naku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But through you, I seek clarity from the Attorney General to know on whether the government has undertaken civic education for the general public, because people are calling us, our constituencies are calling us to know what positions are there. Starting forward, I would request if there would be a robust civic training on the LC1 elections. Thank you.
Honorable Maria Chambade.
Hello. I rise on the matter of the uniqueness of my area, where I have an island. We have an island called Buiga, Right Honorable Speaker. And normally on voting day, people, the electoral personnel, electoral team of the personnel get there very late, and people vote late, and sometimes it's difficult to bring the results back to the mainland. So I seek the intervention of the Electoral Commission or the Attorney General, through you, Right Honourable Speaker, to have unique or affirmative action for the islands, or management of the elections in the islands. I rest my case. Amelia Chamba, Demawokota North.
Thank you. Ntoroko, then Honourable Chirumira. Now, honourable colleagues, I can see many of you are really anxious. Yeah. It's like a rotary, so kindly.
Thank you, Ms. Right Honourable Speaker. Woman Representative in Toroko District. I want to thank the Attorney General for the statement, but I would like to inquire from the Minister of Local Government. We've been having a long-time dispute, a border dispute between Kabarole District and Ntoroko District. And this border dispute involves a parish called Nyamisingiri Parish. Nyamisingiri Parish has got 5 villages. Right Honourable Speaker, we've been to the local government ministry, we have met the officials. It has been on for a very long time, over 15 years. This dispute has never been resolved. But the recent, when we were in the Ministry of Local Government, they promised to take quick action so that that matter can be resolved, and especially during this time of election of the local councils. So, Honourable Minister of Local Government, I'd like to inquire, how far have you gone with that dispute of Nyamisingiri, Kabarole, Ntoroko district border? The people of Nyamisingiri are eagerly waiting because they wanted this matter resolved before we go into election. Thank you so much.
Honourable Hassan Chirumira.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, any period of election attracts violence. Our just concluded elections, we had so many cases where goons were beating up people and polling stations were swept away, and in some areas elections never took place. Honourable Speaker, our villages have a peculiar situation because LC1 elections are very competitive. And as we speak now, there's a lot going on in campaigns at a village level. My question maybe to the Attorney General, maybe the line ministries, local government, how are we prepared in terms of security to man village elections? And lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, it is on record that some public officials are threatening people at village level that this election is for NRM. And I was very happy when the Deputy Attorney General mentioned that it's multi-party dispensation and democracy. Now, if we are believing in multi-party democracy, and this election is for all parties, why then are public figures threatening our people that this election is purely NRM and NRM people must be elected? And this, I have evidence for it. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Attorney General. Please. And Woman MP Kayunga was asking, okay, you can agree on who comes first, but Woman MP Kayunga was asking that you've not yet paid electoral officials for 2026 elections. So, how, yes, Honourable Narede was asking.
My OG Nakwede?
Yes.
She's starting from where we stopped.
She's saying you have not paid them, so how are these ones going to work when we've not yet cleared dates of the other people?
Right, Honorable, let the local government go first.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I will harmonize with Nakwede.
Thank you. It should be a national problem, I think. So it's not an Nakwede problem. Let's just be quick. I have around 7 minutes maximum for this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, thank you for according the Ministry of Local Government ample time to dissect these matters that are very important to the people that sent us here, because they regard the very last mile of governance for our people. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of boundary disputes is very notorious. In almost every sub-region, there's an issue of boundary disputes. But this is the position, official position from the Ministry of Local Government. Whenever and wherever local government boundary disputes exist, they are handled in conjunction with the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development conducts a scientific survey to open the boundaries, while the Ministry of Local Government handles the community perspective of the conflict and public engagement. Government remains committed to ensuring an amicable and lawful resolution of such disputes. Permit me, Right Honorable Speaker, to inform you that the Senior Minister, Honorable Balam Bargahari, and I have plans underway to write to all members of Parliament to implore them to inform us of such disputes, and even those to do with parish model committees, so that we resolve them on ground accordingly. Because many of them have been ongoing for a while, and sometimes the previous administration keeps mentioning them, but the physical engagement on ground sometimes does not come to light. So, honorable members, you're going to hear from us officially. Some of them that had already communicated to us beforehand, before today's communication, the Senior Minister is out there on ground. Besides resolving issues of corruption, he's also engaging and embarking on those issues of boundary disputes. We actually have a meeting tomorrow for the Bugisu sub-region, tomorrow at 2 p.m. and part of the agenda are boundary disputes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the issue of politicians intimidating candidates from other political parties that my good friend the Haji from Luwero talked about, that I would decry as well. Personally, as the State Minister for Local Government and Woman MP Masaka City, I have about 5 paid announcements on CBS myself. And my announcements are clearly telling people, go and vote for good citizens to be your LC1 chairpersons, no matter the political party. That's what my announcement is saying. Yet I'm a member of NRM and even a woman MP on NRM ticket. So if the State Minister for Local Government can encourage people to embrace good Ugandans, whether they are from other political parties, I don't think any other politician should be intimidating our people that as a must, hook or crook, they must vote members of a given political party. I kindly urge the honorable member that raised this matter, it is a serious matter, it's bordering on crime, to accord us with that evidence so that we are able to engage the political leader who is intimidating people. It is a crime. Right Honorable, the Honorable Woman MP of Wakiso raised an issue of men with more than one wife. That exactly where will they vote from? With more than one wife, like Honorable Nsamba is saying, living in different LCs, he's probably an authority on that topic. So these men will have to choose exactly what is their residence. In law, the Attorney General could back that up, but I think in law we have what they call a principal holding. So the Haji will have to decide, okay, even if it's a Christian who has many women, wives, they will have to decide. The Minister for Foreign Affairs, the shadow minister, is saying the men should choose the younger wife. She's probably the younger wife in her arrangement, but the issue on elections of LC1 majorly surround the factor of residence. Where do you live? Where is your residence? So if that husband chooses his principal holding or residence, he will have to be registered in that area. It is, I think the Attorney General will expound on what the law says about those who might want to vote in more than one area, but I suppose that is crime. He will expound on it. Right, Honorable, we have a major issue that I even heard Ugandans debate over the radio, but I welcome the members of parliament that have brought it to light in this house. An issue where there are areas, there are villages with schools located in those areas, especially the urban centers. Now, we don't want a situation where a candidate is going to use the numerical strength of schools to unfairly outpower a genuine leader, an organic leader from the village. For example, I intervened in an issue in Masaka, in Kumbu, where somebody wanted to register students of a certain university so that they come and vote for that particular chairman. But some of these students come from far as Tanzania, Kampala, Mbarara to come and study at that university. In 1-2 years, those students will be gone, and the village shall be stuck with a bad candidate who was as a result of unfair numerical strength from aliens. So the village chairperson and the village leadership strictly shall be voted by residents of that village. Members of Parliament, honorable colleagues, I kindly request you that in case this August House permits a time for recess or a break, please use it to pass on this information that the people that are going to vote for the LC1s or the committees, both at LC1 and 2, are strictly members, people that reside in that village. Most of the legal questions shall be answered by the Attorney General, but I wanted to mention...
Honourable Minister, can we conclude?
I wanted to conclude by answering Honourable Zahara. She raised a very important question that many times is not addressed, and I can see even in this document it wasn't addressed, but I happened to have an idea. She's talking about the street committees. Right, Honorable, in the Local Government Act, sections starting from 50 to about 57 grant the councils, the village councils, delegated power to appoint given structures, small structures, depending on the role. Some of those structures are to help in sanitation, Bulungi Wansi. Some of the structures are to help in security. Right, Honorable, this country was thrust into indescribable pain when a person playing for the national rugby team was mistaken for a thief and murdered in cold blood. If the street committee of that particular street where that border stage was, if they had an active street committee with an active defense secretary, probably an alarm would have been made and that activity would have been brought to a halt. So they are very important in countering mob justice, in dissemination of information to do with sanitation. And I want to assure the Honorable Yulika that they are not provided for by the law in a court. However, they are provided for under the delegated power of the local councils. The KCC Act does not, the KCC Act also provides for them in terms of delegated power. It grants those councils the right, the village councils, to form different committees for specific roles. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable colleagues.
I think what Honourable Zahara wanted was that as a government you look into that issue, okay? And that's what I expected that you confirm. You're going to look into it.
Yes, Right Honourable, we're going to look into that. Issue, and I want to assure her that even the border stage leadership is exactly under that line of leadership of those delegated committees under the local councils. So we're going to look into it. Please write to us and invite us to your jurisdiction, and we work together to buttress these committees in your area of representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I noted a number of issues. The first was a suggestion that the 23rd of July to be made a public holiday since it is designated for women council elections. I do not have the authority to make that declaration. Through the Prime Minister, I will take it up to Cabinet and see what comes back. The other was the Electoral Commission should extend the registration period beyond Friday, which is tomorrow, to enable us, the members of Parliament, to go and register, and the working class. Right Honourable, we are speaking of ordinary residents, not where you come from. That means you are at liberty to register and vote from Nabingo, Vataka, where you reside, despite the fact that you come from Mpara sub-county, Chegegwa district. It is ordinary residence.
No, but Attorney General, we expected the members of Parliament to go and mobilize on top of. So, is it possible to extend, or it might not be possible?
Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, extension would have financial implications. Secondly, maybe to combine this issue with the question someone asked earlier about civic education, the Electoral Commission has been running programs through radio stations in our areas. We believe the people are aware. And Right Honourable Speaker, in all honesty, I do not think there's any member of Parliament who needs more than 24 hours to travel from here to his place. It is possible that any one of us can leave Kampala tomorrow and go to Moroto and register within your place if you think you should register from your constituency. But for purposes of this exercise, ordinary residence is where you reside. You reside in Ibataka village, Nabingo, that's where you register. But in all honesty...
Honorable Attorney General, continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My brother Ansamba, the other question was...
No, honorable colleagues, you see, you should remain in your position when you're asking for clarification. But when you're asking and then at the same time going for the microphone, you know?
Honorable Zahara. Ruyirika indicated that in Machindi Sabagabo someone has hidden the voters register. It was my sister. We are going to follow that up. I'm glad you have brought it to our attention. Someone asked, will the Electoral Commission recruit new people for the voter exercise? I want to read the schedule, which I did not read earlier, just 4 paragraphs. A recruitment of sub-county and parish supervisors was done on the 25th of June, 2026. Recruitment of village election officials was done on between 22nd June and 1st July 2026. Display of names of recruited village election officials at parish ward level was done on 2nd July. And finally, training of village election officials at parish level was done on 3rd July. So that was done. The issue of students has been answered by my colleague. Students are not residents. So we do not expect them to vote from where they are. Will MPs be given public holiday, right? Honorable Speaker, I believe we will be given either recess, depending on the administration of Parliament. That will be your decision. Will LOCs be given offices? Right Honourable Speaker. That is not a matter I can respond to right now. It has financial implication, but I will take the concerns to Cabinet through the Prime Minister and the Chief Whip for discussion. You know, the good thing is that life is dynamic. Things change. We tend to see new things and want to adjust accordingly. So you have highlighted something new. and you should take it under consideration. The use of street committees has been responded to. 2 parishes in Aru are not appearing, that they are not probably gazetted. We will take time and find out through the Electoral Commission. That was the Honorable Otto Bear. And if I understand correctly, that means I have died well. And then it's called I was born well. Okay. The EC does not recognize creation of new administrative units. Right Honourable Speaker, new administrative units, that decision has to come from Cabinet. Because the bigger, the more administration units we create, the bigger the charge we impose on the consolidated fund. Administrative units from villages, you know, when you create more villages, you create more parishes, you create more sub-counties. It is a process and should come from Cabinet. Has government done civil education, educating people? Yes, we've been educating people through the media, civic education. Ruiga Island, the Honorable Amelia Chambade says polling officials arrive late. This is not just for that particular island and probably other areas, but we have taken time to train them. We believe this time we'll be more vigilant to make sure they arrive on time for the exercise to be conducted smoothly. The border dispute between Ntoroko and Kabarole in Nyamisingiri parish, yes, there might be a border dispute, but the parish is known and the villages are unknown. So the elections in the village will take place and the election in the parish will take place. Meanwhile, local government will go ahead to determine where the parish falls, whether it is Kabarole or Ntoroko. How are we prepared security-wise to manage the election? When I read earlier, I spoke about orderlies. We shall have security officers to manage the exercise, and we have even set aside a budget for them. They will be paid for that day. Public figures intimidating individuals or people, that is criminal. It's not allowed. We are in a multi-party dispensation. We are holding the elections under multi-party. That's why we have, when I was reading the statement, you can stand behind your symbol and people line, but at least the parties will be represented. One with many wives, come on. Whether you have many wives or not, these are the adults, they make their decisions, okay? The question is ordinary residence. I live in Nabingo, Bataka. I might have another wife.
You might have or you have.
Ethel, which one is your village? So I might have another wife. Okay, they will vote from where they reside, ordinarily.
Attorney General, let's conclude. I'm sure you've done a great job. So.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable. That's it.
Honourable Samba was asking whether we can do oath in ordinary languages, because the pain of English, if the chairpersons can do oath in ordinary languages, in local languages?
Yeah, we will make a statement to that effect. We saw what happened during the recent swearing in exercise. We'll make. Right Honorable, someone whispered something to me about LOCs, chairpersons who lose and then do not want to hand over the stamps. That is another thing that we are going to take up seriously. Thank you very much.
Next item. Next item. No, LOP comes in before the minister. I picked the minister, a shadow minister. Okay? So ROP should always give me a sign. It's not automatic. I always wait for ROP to give me a signal that he wants to contribute. Next item. I need to pick a minister from the Minister for Environment. Urgently.
Statement on the recent climate outlook in the country.
Now, colleagues, 4 p.m. If the Prime Minister enters, I have to stop everything and we go. So I want to take advantage now for Minister for Environment to quickly present her statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm making a statement on the effect of climate change and the status of the weather forecast on behalf of my senior minister, who is also still engaged. And Right Honourable Speaker, I have a big version which has been uploaded to the iPads of the Honourable Members of Parliament. But for the purpose of time, I have a summarized version that I'm going to present. The details Honorable colleagues, you go to your iPads and get all those details. And on the onset, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to notify the honourable members that we are going to put the members of Parliament on our list, whereby you get daily update on the weather forecast. So, Right Honourable Speaker, this brief has been prepared to update you on the weather patterns expected in July. July 2026 across the country. My Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Department of Meteorological Services, produces weather and climate forecasts and information for different sectors, including aviation, marine transport, water resources management, agriculture, health, national defense and security, disaster preparedness, and other developmental activities to support the planning and decision-making for sustainable development. The forecasts are generated and disseminated at a different timescales, including 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, that is confirming the daily reporting, 10 days, 30 days, which amounts to monthly reporting, 90 days, that is seasonal, and other tailored weather climate information depending on the user needs. For easy interpretation and update of seasonal forecasts, especially by the farmers, the forecasts are usually translated in 35 local languages depending on availability of funds at a time. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, as you are aware, Uganda experiences two major rainfall seasons, namely March, April, May, and September, October, November, and December. However, northern and parts of eastern Uganda usually receive substantial rainfall during the months of June, July, August. The two major rainfall seasons are separated by two dry periods, namely December to February and June to August for the southern sector. Honorable Speaker, sir, on the 28th of May 2026, my ministry released a monthly weather update which follows the June, July, August 2026 seasonal forecast. In June, July, August seasonal forecast, we indicated that there would be suppressed rainfalls during June, July, August seasons across the country, partly due to the developing El Nino condition, that is warming of the sea surface over equatorial, central and eastern Pacific Ocean. As a result, the rainfall recorded during the month of June 2026 across the country was largely suppressed as we had predicted. Mr. Speaker, sir, the rainfall outlook for July 2020 over Uganda indicates that northern and some areas of eastern Uganda are expected to receive occasional, and that is on and off, light, isolated rainfalls. In contrast, central, southwest, and some parts of eastern are expected to remain predominantly dry. Overall, some parts of the country are expected to experience below the average rainfall during the month of July 2026. How would the temperatures be like, Right Honourable Speaker and members of Parliament? The temperatures are expected to be higher than average during the month of July due to the predicted dry conditions, which is largely influenced by the ongoing development of the El Nino condition over the equatorial, central, and eastern Pacific Ocean. And that would be the impact. Right Honourable Speaker, the expected weather conditions in July 2026 are expected to result in several impacts, particularly on climate-sensitive sectors like agriculture and food security. Here, we are likely to have reduced crop yields, livestock stress, and chances of increased pests and diseases that thrive in warm and dry conditions. 2, water and environment will be affected. The expected impact include the water shortages, increased risks of wildfires, and loss of biodiversity. In the health sector, the expected impacts will include heat-related illnesses, waterborne diseases, and poor nutrition as a result. The social impact is that food insecurity will be imminent, conflict over the limited available resources, and migrations will be visible. People moving from one place to another in search of water and food. And the overall economic impacts will include reduced household incomes because the food prices will also go up. And we therefore, as the Minister of Water and Environment, advise as follows. Right Honourable Speaker, sir, in response to expected weather condition is that, 1, our communities are encouraged to practice water conservation strategies. Let's use our available water sparingly. Our people should promote efficient use of water for domestic and production purposes. The public are hereby educated on the heat safety which they need to take. We need to take shelters seriously because the heat will have a great effect. We are encouraged to use supplementary irrigation for those who are still lucky to have some water sources nearby. We are encouraged to use the available food sparingly or efficiently. Maybe we stock some if we still have granaries like northern Uganda, and that's if we have the food. We also encourage continued dissemination of the early warning information to our constituencies and all Ugandans. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Parliament, the future outlook indicates that the dry and warm conditions are also expected to prevail in the month of August 2026. So as we shall have this one, we also look, the outlook is that we expect also dry season in August. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members of Parliament, the dry and the warm conditions are expected to affect agriculture, water resources, public health, ecosystems, and the livelihoods of our people. Effective planning and adaptation measures need to be engaged now to reduce the impact. I encourage all of us to make good use of this forecast for planning and decision making. This information should be used to guide rain-fed economic activities, that is the planting season, to improve livelihoods and economic welfare in our communities. It should also be considered alongside other weather updates regularly provided by the Ministry through Department of Meteorological Services. And I'm happy, as I said, colleagues, that members of Parliament, we have discussed with my team, you are all going to be put on the list and be updated daily. Right Honourable Speaker, my ministry will provide detailed weather updates for August 2026 at the end of July 2026 before releasing the seasonal forecast for September, October, November, and December 2026 at the end of the August 2026. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry requests that we appeal that we are supported with enough resources to acquire specialized equipment, to put in place a comprehensive, those ones will be done, and I think when we are sorted from the cabinet, we shall bring it still to this house so that we are given that opportunity to acquire updated, scientifically machines that can give real time forecast to our people. I thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Our colleagues, we are going to suspend this item for now, debate on the item for now, because it's already time for Prime Minister. If you read the Rule 43, it's very instructive. I have nothing much I can do about it. Okay? So then after Prime Minister's time, then we can go ahead. Next item.
Item number 4, statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 14th to 16th July 2026, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, first one to Rule 29 of our Rules of Procedure, I present the government business for the succeeding week of 14th to 16th July 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, like I told you in the Business Committee, that the Food and Agriculture Regulatory Authority Bill 2026 is ready, and I will present that next week. We shall have statements by the Ministers of Health on the status of Ebola virus disease outbreak in the country, and then a statement by the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development on the results of investigating or investigations into the recruitment company which allegedly lured Ugandans with false employment in Thailand. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Next item.
Item number 5 on the order paper, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, as you are aware, our rules provide that we have written responses and those that are instant. I will begin from those that are written. Question number 1 came from Honorable Tommy Ali Kandea. Maracha East County, that some districts are surrounded by refugee host districts like Koboko, Yumbe, Terego. As a result, refugees access public and private services in these non-refugee hosting districts like Maracha, Moyo, and Arua. On top of that, the non-refugee host districts have a number of unregistered refugees settled in their districts. And his prayer, Right Honorable Speaker and members, is that why don't government change the policy and support refugee impacted districts in major projects that benefit refugee host districts? They also need to benefit from projects such as Dr. Deep that support social protection and social economic transformation. Right Honorable Speaker and members, this is my response. The development projects under the refugee hosting windows are designed for all districts, cities and urban councils, transit areas and communities that host refugees. But these keep changing depending on our open door policy. Refugees are free because you know that refugees are free to move. Where assessments confirm refugee settlement in new areas or districts, such areas are included in the refugee programs. And both refugee hosting and transit districts provide integrated services such as health, education, water, livelihoods to benefit both refugees and host communities. So, Right Honorable Speaker and members, transit districts do not permanently host refugees, but provide passage, and so funds are there for allocated for health, education, water, and other services. And so, Right Honorable Speaker and members, Maracha district qualifies as a transit district and is eligible for support. Government shall undertake an assessment of the current number of refugees in Maracha and take appropriate action. Question number 2 came from Honorable Dennis Namara. And he says, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the people of Muhoro Town Council, particular residents of Chamajaka LC1 have been gravely affected by repeated chimpanzee attacks, resulting in loss of lives, and that while government initiated the compensation processes, tenants have raised concerns of being cheated and unfairly treated. His prayer is that can government provide assurances that the compensation process for affected tenants is conducted transparently with full disclosure of survey and evaluation reports and equitable treatment of all claimants, and that could government further clarify what measures government is taking to resolve disputes among tenants who feel undervaluated and ensure accountability in the compensation. As my response is that the compensation process for tenants on Horo land in Kagadi district was conducted without involvement of all tenant relevant government institutions involved. Let me repeat this. The compensation process for tenants on Mhoro Kagadi land was conducted with the involvement of all relevant government institutions to ensure transparency. Officials from the Department of Surveys and Mapping under the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development carried out a detailed survey. The chief government valuer conducted valuations of all land and property interests. Those who accepted signed agreements and were duly compensated. For those who initially resisted, teams revisited and conducted fresh assessments with additional reports released. Some still claims that the values were inadequate. The majority of tenants have received compensation and vacated. This demonstrates government's commitment to transparency, disclosure, revisiting disputes, and accountability through the chief government valuer. I got another third question from Honorable James Ongu Ta, MP Kwania North. He stated that Right Honorable Prime Minister, full mechanized maintenance of the 47-kilometer unpaved national road from Nambieso sub-county to Aduku Town Council to Inomo Town Council, all in Kwania district, and connecting to Teboke in Apache, was done more than 7 years ago. Now the road is in a very deplorable state. His prayers that will the roads be repaired? If so, what specific timelines and milestones is set by the relevant ministry for commencement and completion of works? Right Honorable Speaker and members, my response is that I'm confirming that the above mentioned road is a national road under the Ministry of Works and Transport, specifically under the Lira Station. The Ministry of Works and Transport has carried out the assessment and found the road to be in bad state. Maintenance has been programmed in Q1, this quarter of 2026-2027. Mobilization is currently ongoing and works will commence on Wednesday, 15th July 2026. The work will include 1. Grading the entire 47-kilometer stretch. Number 2, support graveling or marraming and drainage improvement works. Right, Honorable Speaker, the question number 4 came from Honorable Kitty Peter, Torch County. On the issue of escalating shortage of primary school teachers, which he attributed to the implementation of the National Teacher Policy of 2019, the delayed operationalization of Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, the phasing out of grade 3 and grade 5 teacher qualifications, the closure of some primary teachers' colleges, and the need to restore teacher training capacity, recruitment, development, welfare, retention. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my response is as follows. The National Teacher Policy of 2019 was intended to professionalize the teaching profession by raising standards for the teacher education, training, management, and continuous professional development. The review of the policy is due to the review process to address the raised concern, including restoration and expansion of primary teacher training capacity. The Teachers Act 2026, which was assented to on 25th May 2026, on 21st May 2026, provides a legal basis for strengthening the regulation, professional development, and management of teachers. The Act also supports the restoration and expansion of teachers' training capacity. Implementation will be undertaken through the National Teachers Council, whose establishment process has commenced. Government wishes to clarify that unit is operational. That, Honorable Speaker and members, government remains committed to ensuring an adequate, professionally trained, and equitably deployed primary teaching workforce to support our human capital development. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable colleagues, I referred you to Rule 43 of our Rules of Procedures. Very important you read it. With this session we are going in. Now, this session maximum, you have 1 minute, and it's one question. Just please sit. Okay. Yeah, the modus operandi for this. Yeah. So, maximum 1 minute. The Prime Minister, this is the only section where I limit the Prime Minister in terms of answers, because I would encourage you to write to her if you want structured answers. So, even the Prime Minister has 1 minute of answering the question. Now, I have members who came early and registered that they want to ask these questions as matters of national importance. And so, but don't mind. You see, the problem is we always want, I want to speak now, and you leave me here. We are going to remain here together. No rushing. If the Prime Minister is tired, the ministers are here. You can see, welcome, Right Honourable Mumba. You can see the ministers are here and they are ready to answer the question. So I'll start with, you'll first forgive me, I first read from the list I have. Then I pick more from you, then I again read, because most of you, you're already here. Okay? So I'll start with Honorable Awani. should be followed by Honorable Amaniu.
Speaker. Mic is not on. I'm a woman member of parliament, Noya district. I rise under Rule 56, the rule of
Honorable
procedure
colleague, we are on
of
Rule
Parliament.
43, Prime Minister's time. Just shoot the question right away.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I rise on the matter of national importance. About the elephant, I come from Noya district, which is bordering Masishon National Park. Honorable Prime Minister, we have been having elephant terrorizing our place, our residents, our neighboring districts, and our road users. Just on the 26th,
You see? No, Honorable, just switch on and conclude. Switch on and conclude. Ask what you want.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My prayer, let me just wrap it very fast. You people forgive me, it is my first time in Parliament. My prayer is number one, I would pray that the ministry in charge should expedite the electrical fencing around the park area. Number two, enhance funding to Uganda Wildlife Authority so that they may employ more rangers and buy more equipment to help them fight the elephant, not to come to the road and to the community settlement. Number three, to expedite compensation for the affected people.
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, Maxon Falls covers the districts of Noya, Pakwach, Chiriandongo, Bulisa, and so far 100 kilometers of electric fencing, more than 100 kilometers has already been done, and the work is still ongoing. And the two, on compensation, honorable members, especially those who live in areas where we have wildlife, once somebody has been affected by either elephants or anything, you need to report to police. Once you report to police, it is easy for investigations to begin. And
Right Honourable Prime Minister, we try to use maximum 1 minute in answering.
remember, you gave her 3 questions.
No, Right Honourable Prime Minister, it's just one question on elephants, okay?
No,
the rest
but
you
I
can
have to
get
educate me.
detailed.
She brought 3 issues, which I'm repeating. If it was one issue, for me, even half a minute.
Just to do one. The rest we shall do later.
Okay, members, there is need for us to go through that process so that compensation can be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Now, honourable colleagues, I'm going to pick around 2 or 3 senior colleagues who will show how it's done. Okay? We pick from them. Honourable Kwizera Eddie.
Right Honourable, thank you very much. We have a functional national body, which is NIRA. For some time, they are not processing in 40% of the districts. I would like the Prime Minister to tell us when they will be fully functional in the whole country. I thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, that was not more than 30 seconds.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is only 24% or 24% districts where we don't have NIRA offices. The challenge has been the wage bill. We need 7 billion to cover the gap, which I believe we shall cover in the next budget.
Thank you, Honorable Sekabira.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, DOT Services was contracted to construct Luero, Chiwoko, Butalang Road at a cost of 93 billion, but to date, the road is not completed. To make matters worse, a section of the road that is between Chiwoko roundabout and the Don fuel station is carved off. The soil was excavated and the dust is too much. So we want to know when will this road be completed, and also what intervention plans can be implemented by DOT to make sure that the dust is at least controlled. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I traveled on that road 3 weeks ago. Yes, and I found out that almost 69% is now covered. So the road from Chiwoko up to Butarangu is the section that is still remaining, but the contractor is on site. The challenge was money, which money has been given to the contractor. I believe he will complete the work in the near future.
Mr. Kavasa, Honorable Kavasa.
Right Honorable Speaker, Rwanda District General Hospital is being constructed by the UPDF Engineering Brigade. Rwanda District Local Government signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Defense, and payment was made in full. And the contract, the MOU that was signed has expired, but the works done are just %. We want to know, Right Honorable Speaker, when the UPDF will renew the memorandum and continue construction for the people of Rwanda to get services.
Right Honorable. Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, the fact is when we started with UPDF Engineers Brigade, there were a few challenges here and there. They preferred to start with AFCON because AFCON had time limits, and they withdraw most of the workers to make sure that the stadiums are complete in time, because as you are aware, we are hosting AFCON next year. By December, all these other, I also have a health center 4 where they withdraw staff. That is Kisita Health Center 4 that is being upgraded. But I'm aware they will go back and complete the civil works in those districts.
Thank you, Honorable Manio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the consideration. My matter is concerning the disruption of Nation Media Group, which was raided by armed forces on 28th June. And up to now, we have not had a statement from the government about the raid and when they are planning to, to address the issue. We have thousands of people employed by that media house. Instead of rendering them unemployed, and we're saying it's...
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I am aware that the Minister of Information and National Guidance has held a number of meetings with National Media Group. And now that she's here, can I request that you allow me invite her to give an answer?
Right, Honorable, I request when a minister is here, you don't need to walk over, you just direct the minister and they move, we save time. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, it was a security-led inquiry which was instituted by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. So we've held discussions and we are coming to the conclusion, because Nation Media Group was sold to Mirambo Holdings and Tarifa Limited. So the takeover by the new investor is ongoing. Thank you.
Rakai. Colleagues, be near your microphones. I don't want to lose time. Can I have one who is ready?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Let me allow Honourable Biara.
Okay, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister is that for the people who have been resettled in the Bulambuli constituency, Right Honourable Speaker, these people have been promised to be compensated for the last 2 years, and they were shifted to Kweni district without proper accommodation and no clear demarcation of the land that has been promised to be given. But what I am hearing is that there are about 57 billion shillings that was allocated for compensation. Instead of looking for land which has even encumbrances and other difficulties, why can't you give this money directly to people to look for land and other basic needs? Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I remember yesterday I talked about the same. I think the member was not in the house. I told you the challenge we have had is that almost all the land in that area is encumbered. When you find a big chunk of land, a lot of encumbrances. And I am the one who told you that we have 56 billion to buy land, and also it's not compensation. It is compassionate support by government so that we don't lose more life. So the issue is going to cabinet on Monday. I will come back here and give you an update.
Thank you, Rakai.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Rakai district is extremely water stressed, and yet since 2016 there has been a Kagera water project that was meant for Rakai and Isinjiro. That project, as I talk, it is fully complete in Isinjiro district and not happening in Rakai, yet it was fully funded. We want to know when that project is being started in Rakai district. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Minister for Water here. Next will be Honourable Anywa, followed by Honourable Kungu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm aware of the project the Honourable Member from Raka is alluding, and indeed we have been doing a bit of securing, but the project is on schedule.
Thank you. Honourable Anywa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we have a major economic roads stretching from Gulu City to Moroto Town. It covers over 10 districts. The government of Uganda has promised to tarmac this road. The community would like to know when the work will commence. Thank you so much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Kungu, followed by the Honorable gentleman in grey. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The National Health Policy provides for at least one health center free for every sub-county with a population of at least 20,000. Right Honorable Speaker, Chidaugo sub-county has a population of over 28,000, but with 0 health center free. I want to know from the Prime Minister, when will the government ever think of Chidaugo sub-county since it meets the threshold for a health center free? Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kijandongo.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, it is through the policy of government that we have a health center 3 per sub-county. And so far, 1,780 sub-counties are already covered. We have a balance of 488. And we are in the process of getting money so that we can cover the same health facilities under UGIFT 2. So we shall depend on you members so that this work is done and everybody enjoys. The benefit from NRM government.
Thank you. I had allowed the honorable gentleman in a grey suit, then Kijandongo, then Rampara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm the Member of Parliament for Dokolo North constituency. My issue is on electricity. Less than 30% of the constituency has benefited from the rural electrification program. And my people are asking, they voted massively for NRM at 82%. Why is it that electricity cannot be extended to Dokolo North constituency? At the moment, Right Honorable Speaker, education is very poor.
Honorable Rule 43 requires you to raise only one issue. Right Honorable Prime Minister? Kindly read the Rule 43 to make it very easy for this.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the government of Uganda is committed to make sure that we take electricity up to the parish in this Kisanja. So that district will be covered, and therefore I want to direct that the Ministry of Energy goes to that district to ascertain the gaps that are there, and then we see how to handle. Thank you so much.
Kijandongo, followed by Rampara.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Katusime Jovia, woman MP Kiriandongo. Kiriandongo district, Right Honorable Speaker, it is hosting close to 200,000 refugees. And Right Honorable Speaker, especially the Nwere tribe and the South Sudanese have caused insecurity in Kiriandongo district and especially Boyale Town Council. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to report that 50 cases have been reported to police by the office of the Prime Minister. And this year, May, over 10 people were killed. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is the government to provide Kiriandongo district and especially Boyale Town Council a army detach to.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, will you be able to give Boyale an army detach? You have. Power.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, security is paramount for every Ugandan. And therefore, I will conduct a meeting with the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Internal Affairs to ascertain the threat and then whether it needs a police post or it needs a detach. That will depend on how we see the situation.
Rampara, followed by the Honorable Lady.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine, it is very simple to Prime Minister. In my district, at the beginning of this year, we got a disaster which destroyed the schools, properties of the people, crops, and homestead. Now, the district wrote to the Minister of Disaster and Preparedness on 12th of Feb. Now it is taking almost 8 months. People, they have not got any response. I wanted to know it takes how long the Minister of Disaster and Preparedness to rescue the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. You shouldn't ask how long it takes. You should ask that the Prime Minister delivers on what you need.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, it is true we got reports that the district of Rwampara got a problem. But we got this through Parliament here. The district delayed to send a request through the necessary departments up to the PS from the COW, who is the chairperson of the disaster committee in the district. We received this letter around April. And you are aware that that was almost a transit period. But now we are back in office, we are going to handle that issue.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I'll be sorry, because of how we are moving quick, I might not get your names quickly. So in the interest. So I have my, oh yes, I had allowed the honorable lady. Then my brother who represents MPs with the
disabilities.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulations. My name is Eunice Namatende, the Woman Representative, Bugiri District. Prime Minister today is I have a bridge in Bugiri District. The bridge connects Bugiri to Butaleja. The government of Uganda promised us to work on that road. Years ago, but I visited the bridge recently. They had only worked on it 50%, abandoned the bridge, abandoned the resources, whatever the materials there, and nothing is taking place there. I request that the Prime Minister comes in and answers that, and then also government takes action. Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, that is a strategic bridge. I direct the Minister of Works and Transport to go Bugiri specifically for that bridge and come up with a report of what happened, and of course get an answer and act on it immediately.
PWDs. Followed by the Honourable Gentleman. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to get data from the Ministry of Gender. There is a project called GROW. My concern is women with disabilities have never benefited from that project. Can we, Right Honourable, get data from the Ministry of Gender through the Prime Minister?
Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Minister for Gender, Honourable Jackie Mbabazi.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, we are right now looking into the GROW project. The GROW project has $20 million to be spent by December next year. And so we are working on it very quickly, and we shall include PWDs. Thank you.
Thank you. I also request the Minister to prepare a statement on GROW to update these members, because we should be operating across the country.
Okay, Right Honourable. Thank you.
Honourable.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Tom Aliti Chandia, Member of Parliament for Maracha East Constituency, Maracha District, West Nile Region. I am now the chairman of the District Roads Committee for Maracha District. The Maracha District shares 40 kilometers of the National Road, International Road, and Security Road with the Democratic Republic of Congo. That road for many years was being maintained by the District Road Fund. Yet it is a national road and international road. This year, when I became chairman, I said we shall not finance the maintenance of that road. I would like to request that Ministry of Works and Transport takes over the maintenance of that DRC Maracha road effective this financial year. I thank you very much.
That's our Vice Chair budget. Yes. And congratulations, Honourable. Right Honourable Prime Minister, followed by the lady Honourable Speaker, at the back.
My brother from Maracha has already directed. So it is simple for me to transfer that direction to the Ministry of Works for action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, my name is Mastula Namatovu, Kamuli Municipality. My concern is on the issue of the stalled development of the modern markets that the government had started on for all municipalities. Now that there is the issue of the implementation of the trade order, many have been displaced and without an alternative space for them. Now, when are we getting the modern markets for municipalities that didn't get an opportunity? Like Kamuli, Uganda, thank you so much.
Right Honorable, followed by Honorable McMott. Finance or local government, whoever, let the Prime Minister handle. Local government. Colleagues, I'm now going this side, so this side you can be seated. I'll come back here. Just how I do. I have to balance both sides.
Right Honorable, there are 20 new markets that are underway. So many of the municipalities, divisions, especially the urban centers, though the divisions that don't have markets, many of them have been slotted to get markets in the new market divisions. However, for the sub-counties that have not yet been authorized or officiated as administrative units, those are not part of them. There is a moratorium from Cabinet on pausing new administrative. Units.
Thank you.
Government is concentrating on.
Honorable McMott.
Right Honorable, in the Greater North, there's looming famine, and we have reported that some people are already starving, and so there's imminent threat of death. Government have to avert this potential loss to life due to famine. Thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister will be followed by Entebbe Municipality and then Eridare Kakoza.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, like I told you when we were in the business committee, that we already have a problem of famine in Karamoja, because for them, since April, they have not seen a drop of water or rain. So we are currently handling Karamoja and the neighboring districts. We have already prepared a cabinet paper, which is on agenda on Monday. But now that I have got this information, I will also inform cabinet that the problem is bigger.
Thank you.
But however, our assessment, we are saying Ministry of Agriculture and Local Government, we are going to have a meeting where we can see how the country with quick maturing seeds.
Thank you. On Entebbe Municipality.
followed by Honorable Kakoza.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Shaka Stephen, MP Entebbe Municipality. Our children are dropping out after primary 7 in Chigungu Ward. We don't have a nearby government secondary school. The students have to walk over 12 kilometers. The other thing we're also seeing, the fishermen in Chigungu, Bugonga, and Achuogo are having a challenge with the 12 million or 8 million shilling boat or gears, the engines and proper nets. I would recommend that government consider a special support window for fishing communities just like PDM and Emyoga. Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, we got a petition some time back, and the Ministry of Education is mapping and coming up with an idea of getting land in Entebbe municipality where we shall put the school. That area and Kawempe in Kampala. Kawempe, they don't have a school. There is Madina here. I don't know where she is. Honorable Madina brought a petition to the president, and the president directed already that we identify land where we can put a school. Those people of Kawempe, they don't have a school. They travel almost 14 kilometers in Kampala. Now, because they did not have a member of parliament who approaches us, now that Madina is here, we are going to handle.
Honorable, yes, Honorable Kakoza.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, I've listened to what the Honorable Minister for Environment, and he has updated us. But my question is, the climate change is affecting all the cattle corridors. And where we are in a terrible situation. Is there any immediate measure that can help the cattle corridor people, the water stressed area all over the country? Because in the next season, you might not find people in those areas. Because we started facing a dry season from May. And what you read yesterday as the production of dairy farming is affected terribly. Is there any immediate measure between now and September in government to think about us?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, we already had a meeting yesterday. This came from Honourable Enos of Kabura. He came to my office, and quickly I organized a meeting involving ministries of agriculture and local government. And we are going to have another meeting on Tuesday. The few water boozers in the country provided so that some little support in terms of fuel. So for us, we are going to provide a few water boozers that are in those two ministries for you to survive during this period.
Thank you.
That Honourable Speaker, I did not answer the question of fisheries. I remembered when I was sitting there. Now, the president came up with an idea of supporting our people, the fishers, because for them, a boat is quite expensive than even PDM. And we are currently organizing them in circles, in groups, so that government can give them support to buy a boat. And this will help us to also buy the right fishing gears.
Thank you. There's a honorable gentleman at the back, he's being covered. No, at the back, those seated behind. Yes. No. The next one. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Wait.
No. I see. That's that honorable colleague.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. By name, I'm Haji Wandera Sadala, representing people of Bugweri. Before I came to Parliament, there is a drainage system, a trench that was put by Ministry of Works in Idudi Town Council. And Idudi Town Council is on the highway going to Busia at the border. That road is so busy, we get accidents almost on a weekly basis. I talked to the ministry before I came here. Actually, it was UNRWA by that time. But they kept on promising that they will put it in the budget, which they have not done.
You see the problem of giving stories? Here we shoot directly. Please ask your question now that you're here.
Now that I'm here, I want to ask the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to ensure that something is done so that we avoid the death of our people on this road. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I will request the member to put that in writing to help me use that to direct the ministry to go and put that right. Idudi is a very busy trading center.
Thank you. Not at this time. Kind of first spare me. The honorable colleague, there is a lady on the front bench, the first lady on the front bench. Yes. And then Makindia Sabagaba.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Joyce Makamoy. My question to the Prime Minister is, on the 15th of May 2025, a budget proposal was laid in this House, and there was a debate on the compensation for restocking. Among the restocking districts, Abim was included on the 80 billion. But on the final list, Abim district is not there. My question is, why was Abim removed, and when will Abim be restocked? Thank you. Reinstated. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and members, the restocking program is in 3 sub-regions. That is Acholi, Lango, and Teso. To the best of my knowledge, I've been to Abim. Abim is in Karamoja. And so Abim is, that was a lie. Abim has never, yes, Abim was not on the list. And it is my office that is directly charged with this responsibility.
Now, honorable colleagues, in Prime Minister's time, there is no information, no clarification. Those are your rules. Makindia Sabagabo, followed by Honorable Tebandeke, then Honorable Kayagarati.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Karuya.
Honorable
Speaker,
And
Serukenya
Honorable
David,
Isma.
Machinde Sabagabo. I want to know the status of the allowances, one, of the medical interns that are due to be deployed in 1 week's time, two, for the senior house officer, three, for the backlog of the interns for the cohort 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026. Thank you so much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Members, you are aware this question has been recurringly coming in this house. And we have prepared a cabinet paper which will be discussed on Monday, and we shall come back here and report.
Thank you. Honourable Tebandeke.
Right Honourable Speaker, UPDF operations have intensified on the water bodies across the country. Section 13 of the Fisheries Act provides surveillance to be done by the surveillance unit. The intensification is more so on the number of boats per landing site. Section 120 of the Fishing Landing Act provides that the minister shall lay regulations in consultation with the stakeholders for Parliament to approve. I want to know the legal implications for such operations by UPDF, and also the mode and the tool used by the UPDF determine the number of boats per fishing landing site, and when are the delayed regulations to be laid here on the floor of Parliament for approval. Thank you.
And Honourable, you answer one question only among the three. Choose which one. That's how PM's time works.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this is true. The cases are rampant. On the 24th of June, I had a meeting with the Deputy CDF and the Commander 155 Battalion on the same to harmonize on how we work, but also as far as regulations are concerned, the Director of Fisheries is going for a retreat on 16th up to 17th and conclude on the regulations. By end of this month, regulations will be ready.
Honourable Karuya and Honourable Ismail.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, and for the benefit of my colleagues, my name is Andrew. Kiza Kaluya, Member of Parliament, Chigulu South. Right Honourable Speaker, there seems to be a new strain of malaria that is affecting largely children below the age of 15. And it's this malaria strain is being resistant to the current medication, and children are beginning to lose lives. Right Honourable Speaker, through the ministry, through the Prime Minister's office, I would request that the Ministry of Health comes up with clear sensitization information that we can use as a community to understand exactly what is going on, and also give us measures on how we are going to deal with this problem. Thank you very much.
Please, yes. Prime Minister has assigned the government chief whip.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that is true. The malaria-resistant strains were detected more than 2 years ago. And mechanisms have been put in place, first of all, to revise the test kits, to be able to detect them, and two, various medications have been introduced. But above all, the village health teams and the community health extension workers are sensitizing the population. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ismail Kasure, Honorable Yagarachi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I'm Ismail Kasule, the whip of the Alliance for National Transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand there are different projects going on that are not football related, but are supplement the AFCON 2027 that Uganda is going to host together with the other countries, Kenya and Tanzania. Right Honorable Speaker, my attention is drawn to the infrastructure projects like roads, hospital and hotels, especially in areas where the tournament will take place, like Hoima, Masindi, Lira and Kampala. I wish the Prime Minister to inform us on the progress of the projects that are not football related but are crucial for the tournament, for the AFCON to take place. Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, let me start with hotels. You are aware that we are supposed to upgrade our hotels to meet the international standards. 101 billion Uganda shillings was put in place through ADB, and we are encouraging UDB. We are encouraging our hotel owners to take that window so that they can upgrade their hotels, especially in areas of Hoima and some parts of Lira. Now, two, the upgrade of health facilities. Government is upgrading the health facility of Buseruka to a health center 4, which is almost at the level of a hospital, so that those who are traveling from Kabalega International Airport, in case of anything. Then two, we are upgrading Hoima Referral Hospital to meet international standards. We are also upgrading Masindi Hospital because we shall have the training ground in Masindi. We are also upgrading the training ground of Masindi. We are also upgrading another facility in Hoima City. In Lira, we are almost 80%. We have Nambole, which is almost at 30%. And we hope by the end of December, everything will be in place. Honorable Speaker, Uganda is committed under the wise leadership of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to host the AFCON in 2027.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, if you find it helpful, you can bring a statement to update the nation on the floor. Honourable Yagarachi.
Direct Honourable Minister of Education and Sports to come here with a statement to update the House.
Thank you. Honorable Ayagalaji, followed by Honorable Chikafunda.
I am Ayagalachi Jamal, representing the people of Bukoli County, North Nigeria District. Right Honorable Speaker, for the past 3 weeks, Bugiri Main Hospital has had no essential medicine, forcing many patients to buy medicine from the private pharmacies. Right Honorable Speaker, my question to the Prime Minister, given the urgency of the matter, how soon can you cause the NMS to deliver medicine to the Bugiri Main Hospital so that our people get saved, their lives get saved? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to issues of health, this government must know. We don't need explanation, we need action.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to inform the member that on top of the provision of essential drugs to Bugiri Hospital, that hospital is going to be rehabilitated, refurbished and equipped. So NMS will provide drugs, essential drugs, before the end of next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Called Nisima Evelyn, the woman member of Parliament of Rwanda District. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the Muhanga, Uchinda, Kaharo 7-kilometer road that was detarmacked 4 years ago should be tarmacked as soon as possible? It is on the Kabarembara road, and at the moment there are several accidents. Actually, 2 weeks ago, as I drove back to Rwanda to do the government programs, I almost got an accident. My prayer is the road to be tarmacked, and if not, at least to have Maram as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Would be followed by the Honourable lady from Karamoja. Is that Karamoja?
Right Honorable Speaker and members.
Obongi from Obongi, sorry.
The road my sister is talking
then
about.
Then Honourable Emma.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, the road our sister is talking about is one of our priority roads. It's a tourist road. The minister will go there and check on the roads. And also, there is also another one that was talked about yesterday. The minister will go there and find out. And then my direction now is he should go and work on that stretch.
Thank you. Obongi.
Right Honorable Speaker. Zoyo Harriet, the woman member of Parliament, Obongi District. Obongi District is being linked with the Jumani to Obongi using the MVA ferry. And as I talk now, the MVA ferry is operating on only 2 engines instead of 4, which is a potential risk for the people, given the increase in the flow of the traffic. So, Honorable Speaker, I want kindly request the Prime Minister to have a response as to how, when shall we be rescued, given the ferry operation.
Your Minister for Works is offering, right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, my name is Siraj Ali. I'm the Minister of State for Works. The Laropi ferry is currently undergoing maintenance. That is why we are getting these delays, but it will be resolved in about 3 weeks' time. The ministry feels that the safety of the people comes first, so they are making sure that the ferry is well maintained before it can be operationalized.
Thank you, Honourable Emma.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm by the names Lokubal Emma, representing the people of Nablatuk, Karamoja. I have one request here. The request for the bridge to be installed in Lalachat, Seasonal River, Nataha River in Nablatuk Town Council. When these rivers are full, we can't access anything. Like I was seated here, I was not prepared to speak, but my people are sending messages. Please, can you get up and raise the problem of the bridge? Kindly. I am requesting the government to repair the bridge. You know, sometimes when we are raising problems in Parliament, we say we shall never wait for Karamoja to develop. We cannot develop when we are all struggling to develop. First, leave Karamoja to be handled. Right, Honourable Speaker, I request for the government to work on the bridge of Lalachat.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, the Honourable from Nabiratuk, what I want you to ascertain whether that bridge is on the Ministry of Works road, whether it is on access road or whether it is on the district road. From there, we shall take the next course of action.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, I will request the member to write. Okay? So that it's much easier for you. Yes, Honourable. Then followed by Shema.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I am Opio Dennis Geoffrey, the Member of Parliament for Noya County. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 16th of June, 2026, we woke up with a sad news on the demise of two young citizens, the late Okot Dennis, aged 40 years, and the late Robinson Achire, aged 48. They were killed by Uganda wildlife rangers from Masishon Falls National Park. Right Honorable Speaker, this is just one of the so many unreported cases of extrajudicial killings by wildlife rangers. My prayer.
See, Honorable Korio, you've been here listening. I request you, just go to the question. That long introduction is not helpful.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. My question to the Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is that a statement be presented to this Parliament.
Honorable, that's for me to decide, not the Prime Minister, okay? Prime Minister has understood your point. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, you need to look into issues of alleged killings, extrajudicial killings by wildlife rangers.
Right Honorable Speaker.